All right. So this, let me put on. I think they can hear me, and now they should be hearing you as well, I think. I don't know if we've got anyone in chat just yet. Is there anyone there? Do we have any 4 people watching? All right, but we might not. We should be visible to people at this point, I think. All right. So we are live at Late Night Gaming. It's me, Viktor, from the Nordic Takedown, and with me today, I've got Solyg.
What's going on, everybody?
Can everyone hear us fine?
Chat, what's up?
No one seems to be answering our calls, but we'll just have to hope that they can hear us, and that everything works fine. We do have a few people watching at least. All right. So what is it we're broadcasting today?
The Misty Mountain.
This is a store in Madison, Wisconsin, and as far as I can tell, they are producing some really interesting and good tournaments for Star Wars Unlimited, as well as some other TCGs. Today we have a store showdown coming up. They are going to do best of 1, which is an interesting format.
Very interesting.
Yeah, what can you tell us? What can we expect for today, do you think?
Well, I definitely think for a best of 1 format, this definitely favors aggressive decks. This so Sabine gets a leg up here because a lot of people don't get to tech for her the way that you typically would like. So decks that, there's a lot of decks, there's a strategy here where you have to implement with decks that their bottom line is very simple, like for example, like a Gar has that. So control decks are probably at a disadvantage here.
Yeah.
But through sheer numbers, I expect some control and to get through, but the control has to be built kind of for general purposes, and then hopefully their sideboard, they have to make meta calls
Right.
that they think are going to make cuts, and then the sideboards become more relevant. But it's tough because if there's like a lot of rounds, you get 1 shot.
Yeah.
If you draw bad or your deck's not optimized,
Yeah.
you're gonna have a hard time.
So I think they are pre-boarding, but I think we've seen a rise in Data Vault decks lately, and I think for this format, Data Vault should at least be less powerful, I think.
Right.
Since having less consistency would hurt in this format somewhat more, right?
Right. And I would think that if you're playing a Data Vault player, maybe you could take more risks than you typically would. Hoping that they don't have certain cards that maybe in a best of 3 you'd more likely see them.
Yeah, for sure. So a deck like Sabine that has an incredibly high floor, I guess, is going to have a little bit of an extra edge, as you said, from the format. Are there any other decks that you think has that kind of advantage here?
Quinlan is definitely one. Quinlan, CAD, some of these straightforward, very consistent decks will have the advantage here.
Yeah. So we are setting up on the table. So let's switch over and see what we're going to get to watch here. So we've got Cam Brown playing Kyle Davis. I will update the graphics to show that. So they're rolling off for initiative, it looks like here.
But I will say though, out of all the data vault decks, I do think Kira probably is the more consistent one.
Right, isn't it? For sure.
Because of the removal packages are very redundant.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, there's a subtle difference between cards like Vanquish and No Glory.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, the unique situation is like when you have to choose between like Takedown or Fail, where, you know, Takedown deals with the cards that have 5 or less health.
Yeah.
And Fail deals with the card that have 5 or more power. So it'll be conflicting when you're in a situation where you have Fail, but you need Takedown and vice versa. But other than that, the deck is very consistent.
Indeed, I agree. I can't really make out what base Sabine is running. Is it Sabine Yellow we're looking at here?
Looks like Sabine Red?
Sabine Mono Red? A regular 30 Mono Red base.
That's
interesting.
Looks like this would be.
I'll just put up a red base here then and see. Might not be the one they're actually playing, but it's our best guess at this point.
And they're playing Han 2 Data Vault.
Yeah. So that's one of those Data Vault decks that we might not know how it will perform in this format.
But as you can see, Cam Brown is going with, like, the only way you can get away with something like this, I believe, is in a format like this.
Right.
Where you want to win game one. The one game you got to win before your opponent can tech against you. You're a deck like this, super aggressive, low to the ground. It's tough. You're not pre-boarded, built for it, knew to expect this, you might have a hard time.
Yeah. I think for this matchup, Sabine should have an advantage when she's playing the regular ECL version. With the red version, I'm not so sure, especially when it doesn't seem to be Talking Town. The red version is much more controlling in nature in my experience, and then when lacking Talking Town, I just don't know what to expect here actually.
I'm thinking that this version probably is built more like Kylo Talking Town. They're probably playing a ton of 2-cost, 1-cost units.
Right.
Trying to abuse, and you know, they're playing the rebels, so they're trying to abuse. So you see right there, On 2 is preparing.
Also on the rebel package. So this might be a slightly faster Han 2 than the Poe Dameron version, and that he made popular. This might be some kind of hybrid from the Swoop Races ECL version and that more mid-rangey version that Ko had quite a lot of success with earlier in the meta.
Oh yeah, and you know, shout out to Ko once again. You know, that's a fellow South Floridian. We live probably within 10 miles of each other, so we get to play more often than not.
Yeah.
Great player and great
indeed.
Innovative deck.
Right, yeah, for sure. So we have a slow start here with a black one from Sabine. I think that's a black one, right?
Yeah, black one, and looks like Sabine unit.
Yeah, started Sabine unit that first turn. So no 3-drop. I don't know if that's like you said, if he's very much running all of those 2 and 1 costs. Doesn't necessarily have all that many 3-drops. Maybe isn't that a layer in his hand?
Um. Okay, Bright Hope, Leia. The video's a little grainy.
Yeah, it is. It is. Um, it's a little hard to make
Yeah.
out. I think it's because of low light conditions that we get this slightly muddy picture. We've tried to turn up the lights as much as we can without getting too much glare here, but this is as good as we got it when we try to adjust it. So Sabine flips here into one open resource. That should be really no issue. There's nothing on one in without any Jedi's out that could really hurt, or force sensitive people out that could really hurt Sabine. And there's a pilot on Black One. What pilot was that? Was that Han pilot? Then if that's the case, that is a yellow base, not a red base.
That is a yellow base. Yeah.
That
That was a Han pilot.
Yeah, that would makes a lot of sense. Right, I'll update the graphics then.
So yes, we're playing Sabine yellow.
Yeah, and that makes a lot more sense.
Yep, there goes Leia. Yeah, this Sabine yellow.
That does make sense. So then, of course, that is a quite fast deck. I think this is a deck to watch out for in the set 4 meta as well, because of some of the new cards. Set 5 meta that's coming up. That could be very interesting. Some very interesting new additions to this deck.
Yeah, I did have a lot of reps with Sabine yellow because I was a Sabine ECL player. I am making a pivot to something new. Not 100% sure yet, but it will be something not Sabine. But I had a lot of reps with both because, and Sabine yellow is really fast. Like
it can be super fast.
It's blazing. Like I think it's even faster than green.
Yeah, when it clicks, it definitely is. It has less of a mid game than what ECL does, but if it can just keep up the pressure, it can still have a lot of gas into the mid game from earlier anyway, sort of swarming almost. So we get a Riken out there to sort of stop the onslaught from all the ground units there, with Cam equipping, I think that was a dark sword, right? Or was it? Should be, right?
A dark saber.
Saber, yeah. And just taking Riken out, I assume.
No? Yeah, it's a dark saber because Sabine got an experience.
Yeah. And 1 to base, and then, or did he somehow get through? Did he not make Riken and Sentinel there?
He pinged the base one. He's killing Riken.
Yeah. That's the play I assumed he was doing. So then Sabine unit, Leia, and Starship will do another 5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
And it looked like Black One was confiscated. Han was confiscated off the Black One.
Yep, that is indeed what happened. So we only get 8 more damage to base, but that will take us about 20. Data Waltz, of course, has those 3 extra health, making it a little bit more of a stretch to get there. The Cartel Turncoat for 1.
Yeah, the Sabine yellow's in a very dominant position here.
For sure.
It would take a lot for the Han 2 Data Vault player to pull this game out. I think so. And he doesn't have much sort of area effects kind of things where he can take 2 cards at once. In that he might have Poe, but then he needs to have to draw into a timely. He might have a Wrecker, but it can only affect ground units. So 4, 6, 4, 6, 8, 10. So we're not showing lethal just yet, but I'm pretty sure there's probably a hot shot in the row.
Should
I'm
be.
surprised.
Or a
I'm
surprise strike in hand.
surprised. Yeah, I would be if I'm a Han 2 player, I'm sitting there expecting
Yeah,
you to have those things.
for sure. So that's a hammerhead. That will actually take out a bit of the
4
problems.
damage.
Yeah.
So that's 4 damage removed.
Mm-hmm. That was probably very important if Han is to be able to claw his way back into this game.
Okay, no hot shot.
No? All right. So that means we do have at least one more round coming up for the Han player to somehow affect a comeback. But
Unless we have an overwhelming barrage out of aspect, though. I'm still not sure about this one.
yeah. I mean, I've seen the Han blue players add some blue. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a Kira that will effectively end any such nonsense.
Yeah.
But there was nothing like that in that hand, and I don't know
call
what
out
he
Crate
named.
Jagger, maybe.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point, does it? As long as there's no timely, that Crate Dragon's not doing anything, and there's way too many resource turns to get to a crate anyway.
Okay, yeah. They probably called out the Echo Base Defender, maybe.
Yeah, that would make more sense, I think. Yeah, I mean, of course you're not scooping, but there isn't a whole lot to hope for if you're Han here.
There's no shame in scooping. Take your breaks.
Yeah, yeah.
Take your break.
Yeah, yeah.
Get ready for round 2. I mean, round 2, not of the best of 3, but because this is a best of 1.
Yeah.
So your next opponent, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's certainly
like
trying something.
And he's tapping out for the Echo Base, probably.
Yeah, yeah, he's just paying it with the tax.
Oh, is that surprise? Yeah, surprise strike for the game.
Yep, and that's it. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be quick when you're playing Sabine. It's even quicker when you're playing Sabine Yellow, usually. So, that's it.
And that's what I'm saying. Like the best of 1 is going to favor these aggressive decks, and but the problem is though, when you do get to the best of 3s, what is your game plan? Because now the mid ranges and the controls.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be in the name of the game, right?
That's the name. And if you're not playing aggro, you're hoping to dodge as much aggression as possible to get to the best of 3.
Yeah, I suppose so. Of course, for the top cut, which will be a top 4, they will have a best of 3 and all the regular things, but all of the Swiss rounds, which I think we have 1, 2. Let me see. Let's actually switch to the melee and see what we can glean from watching that. So
okay,
in a second I'll have that up. Here we go. Let me transition there. So here's what the melee looks like. I need to update it, of course. Let's see. We do have 5 rounds for Swiss, best of 1, and can we see We've got 10 games, so that's 20 players. It seems to be even, no bye. We just watched the Camden and the Mikhail, I guess, the table number 1. They haven't reported yet, but we can see we have Loopy playing tonight, and he lost his first game. We got Carlos Apodaca, or Dacha. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. But Carlos, anyway, really renowned player, really good, usually on Quinlan, I think. Not sure what he's playing tonight. What else do we have here that we recognize? Do we know? Oh, Emmanuel Apodaca, his brother, also really good. Lost to Riley, though. Yeah. Anything that sticks out to you?
Not in particular. But you know, with 20 people, there you only can lose probably one game there.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be fierce.
I bet it will. All right. With that, I think I'll throw this to a test screen a break screen for a little bit, and we will be back in maybe 10 minutes or so with the next round. So yeah, see you guys in a little bit. Hope you're enjoying the cast. All right, we are back with a new game. Hope everyone can hear us all right. My name is Viktor, and with me I've got Late Night Gaming Solo.
What's up? What's up? Back at it.
We seem to have a standard Sabine ECL on the top, played by Joe Phillips, I think. I'm gonna update the text as soon as I can. And on the bottom we've got a Sarge Ventris red 30, and that is a deck I'm not too familiar with. Do you have any have you played it?
In the beginning of set 4, I was dabbling with a bit of Asajj to see if there was anything there, and obviously at that time it was the Django meta, so it was impossible to play this leader pre-ban Django.
There was a lot of things that wasn't working pre-ban Django.
You're right.
That's also one of the amazing things that we've actually been able to get so many different leader-based combinations working. Even though we've seen a lot of data vault, there's so many combinations that seems to be working well right now, which is super cool.
Very healthy meta. People should not be alarmed by the amount of data vault that's flying around, because every single deck is so different, even though they have the extra health.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it would be more alarming if it was, at least I think so, if it was Colossus, because that makes more of an impact on how you have to play against it. Data vault does change. It brings you somewhat out of reach of some of the very most aggro one-trick ponies like Kylo Yellow or something like that, but it doesn't necessarily alter the way any deck can play against it. It's still possible to play aggro against it.
Right, exactly.
So that was a why does he have his hand down there? Was that what card was played that made Joe Phillips put his cards like that? Or is that
maybe he's just waiting?
Oh, okay, that is not okay. He has equipped both of those cards on that A-wing. Is that Eunusis? No, that is.
No, couldn't be. Oh, that's the IG.
Okay.
Probably.
Yeah. So he's pinging. Yeah. And that would be how much to base then? Oh, okay. So that's he's playing Rebel Assault now. All right. So that's going to be 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 to base, maybe? No, only 6. How's that?
Yeah, because Sabine has to deal with the Sentinel ticks.
Oh, yeah. All right. So 5 from the A-wing and then 1 from the Sabine ping, and then taking care of the of course. I forgot about the Sentinel.
Is that Sabine's masterpiece?
Yeah, I think so. It's a little bit glary. Could be. No, it looks like it's maybe a red card. All right, so we've got the wrong name. I'll update the name. This is Connor Dance, I think. We're watching play against Laura Holman.
Do you have any idea what are those attachments on the A-wing?
Yeah, no,
Are those
I was kind
are
of
those
guessing. One of them kind of have to be
are those
R2.
bounties?
It could be a bounty, but
Mm.
at least one of them is definitely an attachment. So it's either a bounty and an attachment, or it's an R2 and an attachment. So I'm thinking maybe Frisk and an R2. That would make sense damage-wise, right? That would be 4. No, it wouldn't. It's got to be maybe an R2 and a bounty. 5, 6, no. Yeah, I can't really make sense of the 5 damage that it made on base.
If it did 6, maybe it's a Chewie.
It did not make 6 because Sabine pinged for 1 as well. So it only struck for 5, which makes it a little bit more interesting. I don't know if maybe a Frisk and a bounty. Frisk has a +2, right?
This is just a unique build for Sabine anyways, because they're not playing any of the traditional things.
Yeah, I don't even recognize that green yellowish card. It could be a Sabine's masterpiece like we were talking about. It should be, really, shouldn't it? Could be just that it's a foil, making it look, the color scheme look weird.
Yep, that's a Sabine's masterpiece. Yep.
All right, good. That could definitely be the foiling messing with the colors in the monitor like this. So the IG-2000 is trying to take out that masterpiece. No, it's going. Yeah, it's taking out the Sabine's masterpiece. And somehow he gets 2 damage in from that pilot. Is that a Vader pilot?
The overwhelm.
Oh no, it's overwhelm. Of course. And what kind of pilot is it on the IG then?
Iron. I saw Iron, I believe.
All right. So that's a Poe using ECL, taking out the.
Right, that would make sense because if 2 is the base, Item Pilot makes it a 6, a 6/9.
Yep.
And then, if it did 2, then that means it had 4 health.
Right.
Total.
Yep. So Poe takes out the Sentinel, and he doesn't seem to be discarding any cards because he doesn't have any in hand. Well, he does. He just didn't discard any, I don't think. So he's taking out the Sentinel.
Or maybe he's deciding on what to do.
Well, he drew for turn there.
Oh, okay.
So they definitely passed turn. And resourcing to 5 resources now. 6 resources even. Yeah. Yeah, it is a little bit of a mystery to me what's on that A-wing. And apparently Laura seems to be having to count the damage as well. So taking it out with the IG. So that was, it was a perilous position. Okay, so that would explain it. So it was indeed a Chewie on it, played on 3 resources, and then there was a perilous position. That makes it all makes sense then.
The mystery's been solved.
Yeah. So he is discarding a masterpiece for Poe ability, striking for 8 to base. But just one card discarded there. He is running a little bit low in his hand, Connor is. Laura has also just got 2 cards in hand. That is some kind of event and a unit. So that is a Wrecker without triggering any abilities, I can only assume, because there's really nothing to trigger it on. But those are 2 massive threats that Laura needs to take care of if she wants to be able to stay in this game.
I would not be surprised if we're doing this through, I guess it's 5 rounds, and all of our commentary is on Sabine something.
yeah, that would not be too surprising.
It's just a format. It's just a format.
Exactly. Yeah, but still, one, it's interesting, especially when you get to pre-board. It does change up the whole thing a bit. Like what is viable is more interesting, but also I think it opens up some interesting, like if you come with something off meta, your opponent has no time to adjust to that. They only have that pre-board before they even seen anything. So if you have your own homebrew, and like with this Sabine deck, it does look a little bit like there's a little bit of his own things in it, maybe. But definitely Laura's deck here. I'm sure that Connor didn't know exactly what to expect from this deck, right?
Yeah, I don't think so, but that's the good thing about playing Sabine. You don't technically need to know too much because your deck is going to do what it's going to do, and your opponent needs to stop you, not the other way around.
Right. Most of the time that is definitely the case. Yeah.
But I don't know if is this open deck list?
I don't think so, but maybe. I can't see any deck lists laying around, and they certainly aren't doing deck lists through Melee. So discarding a card,
covering the wing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's what the event was. All right, covering the wing, getting a shield on to a Sarge there, and then taking out, oh yes, putting 4 damage on Wrecker, and then is that a dagger? The tie dagger, finishing Wrecker off. But Poe is still there, being a lot of problem for her. Can still strike for 8 to base immediately without any actual pumps. And if there is any way to pump him, like a Delphi or something like that, it's game.
Right.
Not a whole lot of pumps that can actually work on Poe. I guess a Delphi and Heroic Sacrifice could work.
Or the dark side?
Is that a power of the dark side? No?
No, I'm asking, maybe power can remove it?
Yeah. But he just goes to base for 6 there, not discarding a card. Huh.
Yeah, I wouldn't discard a card here.
Well, then he's in Sabine ping range, if he would.
He probably has 4 cards, I believe.
Right. Yeah. If he does, then that would make sense. But I mean, with 4 cards, it's a little bit of a gamble still. If he just
Look at
goes,
his hands, he's so comfortable.
Yeah.
He looks very comfortable, like he's got game.
Yeah.
That's where lots of Bean players have tails, poker faces, like they know they have game.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yep, I saw Power of the Dark Side in the row, so if he, I don't know why he would resource it. I guess because of the wide nature of the thing. Oh, because of Chewie. Yes, that's why he
Yeah,
resourced.
Chewie just shut that down early. And yeah, there's the
Yep.
four of course.
Listen,
And
man.
that is
Oh, he
only 2
bricked.
damage.
He bricked, but he still had the Sabine
Yeah, so it's
ping.
still the ping from Sabine. He'll... Oh, okay. I mean, he can just ping.
Unless there's some healing. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
game.
yeah, yeah.
Wow, what a bad one. 2 timelies.
Yep, yep. 2 timeless.
Oh, he had 2. Oh, he just put the second one.
Hmm.
He had 2. He
Yeah,
had
he
6
had another 4,
resources.
of course. And,
Yeah.
of course, with the Sabine ping as well, there's really no stopping it. But I think...
I love that.
I still would have discarded one of the 4 courses for a extra 2 damage with Poe, and then you still have 1 for a course if they do heal, and then you have the Sabine ping. Like, you're not leaving anything to chance then.
He said it in his mind that he had game, which
Yeah.
could have been could have backfired on him.
Yeah. I mean, if there's Basine in the row or something that strips him of one of those 4 courses, and then the other one whiffs, like he's in a worse position. Well, he did pull it out, so who am I to complain? All right, let's have a look at if we can get some updated what's been going on in the round. It looks to me like someone's been dropping, but I will see if I can get us to have a look on what melee can show us. Just a second. Maybe. Let's see if we can bring that over here. Here. Alright, so this is what melee looks like right now. I think this is updated. Yep, so we've got Emmanuel Apodaca got a buy because I think someone has dropped. And can you see the melee now? I did send you an image there. We've got Carlos Apodaca still playing against Unit Monster. And we've got Ben Chase beat Jack Fitzgerald. Walt DeWalt beat Jack Attack. Camden beat Picardy. And we're still waiting for results from Nick Hansen against Riley D. Fatty won against Carmadrome. And we've got Danimal beating Anthem Coil.
And Loopy has not reported yet.
Yeah, Loopy's still playing against West Ben. And Evan Fitzgerald beat Atomic Floor. So we've got standings for round 1, but they aren't saying much. Like, there were no draws as far as I can tell, and I mean, there shouldn't be, right? You shouldn't draw a best of 1, should you?
No, you should not.
So yeah, that's what we got right now. I guess we will leave you with a break screen in a bit. Is there something else that we should be talking about before we do?
You know, we didn't get to finish the Asajj talk. There's a couple of ways to build that.
Yeah.
You know, it's a pilot deck, so you know, yeah, and maybe put force those in there because you have a force leader, but
yeah,
yeah,
I guess, but then you need at least some more force units, and you want to play vehicles, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So it's sort of an anti-synergy that way. Would Asajj, if you deploy her as an upgrade, would she still be able to enable force throw?
No,
No.
You're actually 100% correct. You can't.
So I think force throw, yeah, it's such a strong card. So you might play just in case, but it seems to me like the Sarge build, it's an interesting one. They're playing it in red like this. To
Yeah,
me,
they
it
probably
makes
want
more.
the grit,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
damage
that's
cards.
true.
There was a really good card that I thought was made for Ventress. It's a one cost where, deal 3 damage to a friendly unit, then you can do 3 damage to an enemy unit in the same arena. Um, I thought that card was strong, but the biggest problem with that card is that it's tied to same arena
Yeah.
mechanisms.
All right. Yeah, and that certainly is a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, big thing. Like cards that focus on one arena, like tough, right?
Yeah. Right. And I think like even when the card is really good at what it's doing, there's a problem with it. Like if you look at so many times with these space only decks, Wrecker in Sabine is just not doing anything.
Right.
So it certainly is a problem no matter what.
Yeah, if I'm playing Space and I'm playing Sabine, I'm boarding out the records as soon as I can. And if it's pre-board, I would have probably boarded out record.
Right.
And I would have both stays because typically against a pilot deck, if they're the bigger ones like Vader, obviously Ventress, Luke ECL, you probably actually it doesn't matter. You can't do this on Luke, but you want to play Poe on 5 all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Just hard casting.
Yeah, just to have it hard cast it and then have it for the next turn to at least threaten removing Vader so they need to deal with it.
Right, and here's the thing: what I love about Poe, it doesn't matter the pilot except Luke.
Yeah,
Luke being the only exception. You threaten both arenas.
Yeah,
because if they cast them on the ground, most pilots don't have more than 6 health.
Right. Yeah.
So
no.
he threatens both. He locks your flip as a pilot.
And I mean, in a way, like 6 health, sure, but then you can also discard the cards at 8 health. There's not a lot of things that has 8 health no matter what, let alone any pilots.
Right. So that's why, in order to stop that, it comes with like a cheaper pilot, like
yeah. Yeah. So Luke pilot is pretty good into that, of course, because it does fall off and become a unit. So that is pretty good.
Right. And so can't defeat Luke. So yeah, you're looking at like maybe you're playing Han pilot, the odd Han, or you're playing Kaz, Kazuda.
Yeah.
I wouldn't talk too much about the other guy. What's his name? The red villain pilot.
I'm not sure who you're talking. I assume you're not talking about Vader pilot. Yeah.
No, the red. He's red. He's He's like an early. He has the little ship that he goes with. Oh man, what's his name? Von Reg.
Yeah.
Major Von Reg.
Yeah, Major Von Reg. Oh yeah. No, he's not fast enough to be able to really do it. I think Suda can be fast enough to not care because on 6 he's already won or lost.
Right.
So he doesn't necessarily care about Poe.
Right.
Right. Well, I think we do take a little bit of break. I need to get something to drink here before they set up next game. So we'll be back in just 5 minutes or so.
Alrighty.
All right. See you in a little bit.
tend to rule with respect.
All right, we are back. Trying to update the graphics here. We're gonna watch Riley Denyu play Ben Chase, but I think I've got them on the wrong spots here. Let me try and get that corrected. So this should be Riley, I think. And then we should have Ben Chase on the top. Ben Chase playing Boba 4, the pilot Boba. And we are off with what's his name? The guy that increases indirect, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a swarm droid ship thing from Dooku there. I think I've got
Who has
updates correct there to the HUD. So we are on our way, and that is the guerrilla soldiers. And
invisible hand. Not visible hand, sorry.
That's
invincible.
exactly what he wanted there, for sure.
Is that invincible or invisible?
Invisible, I think, right?
That's a prestige card. I have. Yeah, that's invincible. That's the yellow one. The 6/6.
Okay. Yeah, the one that lets you search for droids, right?
No, that's the invisible hand is the green one. This is the yellow invincible.
Okay.
I think invincible is the legendary, invisible is the rare.
All right. Yeah. And with invincible hand, the yellow one, you get to.
When the leader deploys, you bounce a unit that's 3 or less.
All right. Yeah.
But he's setting up an overwhelming barrage, probably.
That must be the case, right?
That's what I would assume if I was sitting as the bubble player.
Yeah.
They hit for 6.
So that's. Well, he's waiting, I guess. He's stalling for time to play the barrage when there's as much units on the board as possible.
Are we on the 5 resource turn? Or are we on the 4? That's the only thing. I'm not sure
Oh,
about.
yeah. All right, so yeah, he can't really play it right now.
Okay, so. Resupply?
Right.
He claims. I'm not sure what that is.
There's a lot of cards in this Dooku deck that I do not know. I think the Boba deck won't be throwing me too many surprises. But
Yeah, they're probably playing. It looks like they're going for the full droid package.
Right.
With the fighter droids, and they're trying to spam the board.
Just making that board huge in space.
Yeah.
And then, of course, eventually he'll get to deploy Dooku, and he's no slouch on the ground. He's pretty big. But the question is, how much behind will he be at that point? Right now, it's fairly even, and there is the barrage.
There goes the OB.
Yeah. Which will take care of a lot of that board state there.
If not all of it.
Nah, yeah, not but
okay.
almost. Leaving the guerrilla soldiers to hit for 2.
The harmless guerrilla soldiers.
They are such a force to reckon with when they come out, and then after that, they're not much. So I think that's a Ruthless Raider in the Boba Play's hand for next turn, which will be pretty good.
Ooh, and a surprise strike.
Right, so that's another 5 to base, and deploying Boba on the ground. So yeah, he's just trying to get there before Dooku becomes too much of an issue, but Dooku is ahead on resources, and one would assume that he's got more of a late game.
Ten more health.
Yep.
Can
So
Boba close it out?
Yeah, he's showing 6 right now, and he's got the Ruthless Raider for another 2. So he needs to find 2 more damage. So if there's a blaster, but then he can't play the Raider, and that's a CAD unit. Interesting. Just capturing that guerrilla soldier.
He's tapped out now. Dooku's gonna flip.
Yep. That's 4. And Dooku flipping. And that's 4.
And Ruthless probably coming down.
Ruthless Raider coming in. Another 2 to base and 2 damage on the CAD unit. So either of Boba or the Raider will strike for lethal next turn. So Riley could only claim there, really. He has to find an answer. I don't know what
Yeah, I
that
don't think
would be.
he has an answer.
Yeah, I mean, Barrage would do 9, so that's 6. No, that's not enough. Barrage is not enough.
Yeah, it's game.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, so Ben takes it. That was a quick one. And I guess, I mean, that is the game plan of Boba. I guess in best of 1, Boba's burn can be quite effective.
See, look at all that big stuff in his deck. Like, that's not gonna cut it.
Yeah, I know. For sure.
And see, that's the format at work. Even with a pre-board, unless you're coming to that tournament built to handle the aggression.
Yeah.
And that would be my strategy. If I'm playing anything other than aggression, I'm building for aggression.
Right, certainly. But then if your meta call is that's what people are going to do, then maybe Boba Yellow is actually in a pretty good spot, because the burn is fast as aggression, but it needs a different kind of tech to answer. So if everyone is teched against Sabine and the likes of that, Kasuda and such, then Boba Yellow's burn is very different in nature. So it might actually be in a pretty decent spot.
In a format like this, I can see that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because in a meta whole, it's easy to attack against Boba. Everyone's got something they can just bring in and have a considerably better matchup.
I'm just curious why Ben chose yellow over Data Vault, because it seemed like the Boba Data Vault is much better in a way. I get the yellow has its benefits, like hot shots, surprise strike.
I mean, if you're going purely for speed,
that's true. Yes.
Like Gorilla Soldier is so fast when you play it on 3. Like you get 5 damage. It's just so strong.
Yeah. Especially against a deck that's big like Dooku. You kind of just grinning from ear to ear, like.
Yeah, that's a really good matchup for him.
Also, it did seem though that Riley didn't utilize his unit health.
No, I don't think he did. But he didn't have that many massive units out, except for the Invincible. What else did he have that actually has a health pool? Like the small droids only got 2 health.
Oh yeah, that's true, because by the time the Invincible came out, the health doesn't matter, because I don't think he was indirecting as much.
Exactly.
I think he was just pushing aggression. So that's a good point.
Yeah, that's interesting to see what Ben can achieve with this deck in the tournament right now. We don't have, well, we should have. So Ben was second after round 2. So round 3 is where things will really start, where standings will actually be something. We don't have that many games reported yet. This was a really quick one.
Fatty won over Evan.
Yep, that's the one. I'll bring it up for the viewers on screen so you can see. This is what it looks like right now in the melee. But yeah, and if you look at the standings from round 2, of course there are a lot of players. There's 4 undefeated players, 5 actually, were undefeated after round 2. So Riley, Ben, Camden, Walter, Wait, Unit Monster were all undefeated after round 2. I guess you can take a loss, right?
Yes. it wouldn't kill you to take a loss, but if it's cut the top four, it, it's you're playing with fire.
Yep, certainly. But we already have a drop, so there might not be as many players in the end. So this is Store Showdown. So the pricing for this Store Showdown is actually quite alright. You get the alt art Devastator for this round of showdowns, and I think that might be the best promo card they made so far, right? Oh, they're opening their pack pulls here. They just got their participation play kits, kind of the foiled little weekly play kits.
Yeah, whoever pulls a Han is doing really good. I think I see a Han right there. Han Legendary is one of the best things you can pull. You just put it to the side.
Yeah.
That's one of the best pulls you can have in your packs.
I would agree.
It's not the best,
but it's good enough. I can't understand why, because they have these really nice paper bags for all the boosters, but then for the weekly play kits, they've set 2 had paper, and then all the other sets have had these plastic wrappers that are really hard to open. Actually, see them struggling with them.
Yeah, they are tough.
Yeah, I don't know why they're not using paper for the weekly play kits, because obviously that's a thing that I know a lot of people have been appreciating about the booster packs, the paper wrapping. Well, I think since this game was so fast, I think we can take a little bit of a short break here. And when do we expect the next round to start? Maybe what would that be? 12:40 or something like that? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Alright, so we will take a little bit of a break here. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. And yeah, see you in a bit.
Alright.
This is the way.
kitchen trap!
Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
never ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
All right, I think we're back. My name is Viktor. I'm here with Solo from Late Night Gaming. We were just talking about what an awesome game this is.
Yes, Star Wars is such an amazing game. The unique aspect is a lot of the games I played, um, you know, it's you go through your turn and then maybe I can interact with it.
Yeah.
Like, Yu-Gi-Oh allows that, Magic allows that,
Yeah.
Dragon Ball.
You
I
have
believe, allows
reactions
that.
kind of stuff. Yeah.
But this game is more on the lines of chess, where I have one move, you have one move.
Right. And that makes it's like when we talk about lines and such, it's really like chess lines. It really is the sequence of plays, and you have your opponent go between each and every one of those. There's a fairness to that that's amazing, but there's also a skill to planning that out that is just something else.
Right, and it makes it very hard to teach the game at a competitive level, because there's there are core principles you can follow, but like the decision trees, the order of actions, and the possibilities that your opponent or you can and do to disrupt certain lines that create more lines is every single game is its own game.
Very much so. And I think like it's so deceptive. It doesn't look like such a big change from the regular structure of each player taking their turn and doing all the things they want to do. It doesn't look like such a big thing, but it is huge. It makes it a completely different game from anything else out there. And I think, it's hard to underestimate the uniqueness of this game, because of so much is also familiar from other things you've seen, but then the way those things combine, that's where you really get something unique and something really cool.
Right, especially when you add the second arena that you have to deal with and construct your deck for. And I think that's what's going to make this set 5 very interesting, because in set 4 you brought like a heavy space, and then now we're in a force world where it's seemingly like the force is going to be all ground in order to be effective.
Yeah.
And so they're gonna go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's something very different within the details of how it's constructed, and just comes together in this unique way. So even though you remember like the way resources work, for instance, very similar to some other card games, you have things that are similar to how this works in what's that called, the superhero game from the card people. Can't even remember the deck.
Deck builder, Marvel Champions.
Yeah, the Marvel Champions, but they made the versus system. Yeah, that's one.
The versus system.
Yeah. So you have a very similar system of how you do resources there, and also like in Hearthstone, I guess it's quite similar, but the way it comes together, it's still very unique, you know. The effect on the gameplay is unique. So even though you recognize things, it's not what you think it is.
Okay, so we got this game started here. It's Sabine. Another Sabine. Who was surprised?
Yep.
But it's our guy Cam.
It's
who was
Cam.
on stream earlier.
Sabine Yellow, and I'm updating the HUD as we go along, and that is a Yoda data vault, I think. So trying to find the right basis for you to see here. So there you go, and then we've got Sabine. Right. Well, the game is already on the way, and there's a bunch of damage that's been coming in already. There is a bunch of damage coming in now, so we're on 4 damage. Sabine ping, and then 3 from the Falcon there. So Yoda needs to get a little bit of a halt to this deck to buy some time and get control of the game.
I just don't see Yoda having enough answers to slow down a deck like this. I mean, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Especially in space.
Yeah. Yoda doesn't have much outside of... Oh, well, it's Data Vault, so he's got both, Bright Hopes and Concord Dawns. But the way Sabine can just equip the ships, it just takes one hit usually to remove them anyway.
Right.
And Sabine can just adjust and switch lanes. So now, all right, so you close off space, I go ground. Sabine has a versatility to it. Darksaber.
Yeah, this game's getting pretty close to wrapping up.
it's about to get hot.
That's like the favorite thing you like to see as a Sabine player is tap the resources.
Makes it safe to just go. Put that saber on, flip and put saber out, equip. And then, I mean, in this position, you just leave that A-wing open there. You don't have to go with it until you have an answer that can take care of the Bright Hope for you.
Yeah, like a surprise strike.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, yeah, confiscate that. That's a big one.
That's a big one. But Cam still got to strike once with that Darksaber, and that is probably enough to justify paying for. Well, I mean, he's only on 13, so there's still a lot of health left for Yoda to work with. He's got 4 open resources here. If you can... Oh, it's a resupply. Yeah. Do you have time for that, though?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to get to.
Yeah, I
mean, but he doesn't have much of a choice, I guess.
Probably not.
He's trying to get to Yoda's flip to try and stabilize before Sabine puts him out of his misery.
Was that another confiscate? He drew there with Yoda, and he's putting something on the bottom. No, on the top. Can't decide. Yeah, something, and I can't tell what. I think he kept the confiscate. There are 2 pilots on that A-wing, isn't there? And there's another 3 from Falcon coming in, so 19 already. 14 to go. So that's still a fair amount, but Sabine can close that gap so quick. So could you make out what attachments are on that A-wing there?
There's 3.
There's at least 2 attachments on it.
It's
so
2. It's probably R2 and Han.
R2 and Han would make sense, yes. And if that's the case, that A-wing strikes for 6.
Yes.
That's not an A-wing. That is a black one.
Black one. So actually,
well, still 6. Still
7. Oh, still 6.
Yeah, still 6. So it doesn't really change anything. And that is a Han unit.
Oh, he's Yoda.
Yeah,
flip.
that's what he flipped for the Yoda flip. Yeah, taking care of the A-wing. But still presenting 6 damage here. And another 2 with the fleet. So that's 8 damage. It's going to take him to 27 in total of this round. Unless Joe can somehow stop that.
I would say it's less because of the restore 2, so you're looking at
Right.
20.
Yeah, forgot
2.
about the restore on Yoda. Yeah, so he's going to be on 25 probably. But is that another Bright Hope?
That's a tentative.
Oh, it's tentative. All right, so it doesn't have any Sentinel on it. And that's a Sabine unit.
Tentative does have Sentinel.
Oh, it does.
It's a Sentinel. It's a 5/7 Sentinel
With
that, when played, creates an X-Wing token.
Yeah, with a token. So Yoda takes out the fleet because it can't strike Sabine unit when there is also a yellow spaceship Falcon out there. So resourcing to 7 resources for Sabine there. That's interesting. Yellow Sabine doesn't have any expensive units like that, but he has to pay one
Maybe
to
he's
keep the
playing
Falcon. Yeah, he could play a Han here. No, he's just playing another fleet, sending Sabine in for another 5. And the Sabine unit is, of course, still safe. Rebel Assault wouldn't affect the Falcon.
Surprise Strike wins it here, right?
Yeah, Surprise Strike wins it.
Well,
no.
the
There's still the restore on Yoda. But yeah, he just pointed out that he can't strike the Sabine unit, so Yoda can't remove the unit that's up. So he needs a Sentinel or... just the restore.
The ability of Sabine unit that people tend to forget.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Luke will take care of it. And that's
The Sabine
of course.
Cam might be in trouble here.
Well, that's a 4 of course for 4. We're at 30. Yoda will restore 2. Yeah, I mean, he might be running out of steam here with the Luke unit on board with restore 3. That might be a problem.
You don't have many options to close this game out now.
No.
And Joe's probably thinking whether he should claim here or not to get ahead.
Yeah.
Which I think I would claim. Oh, he's swinging. Okay.
Well, he's restoring 2, so it's still all good. But
yeah,
Cam is claiming now. Yeah, he's certainly claiming here. So what he doesn't, he's got 1 open resources. He can't really play anything. Yo can't. So he's just gonna have to pass it.
Falcon's gonna die now.
Yep, certainly.
Falcon's gonna die, and X-Wing's gonna go for 2.
Right. Yeah. Why not? I mean, Cam certainly claimed, so why not? And then 2 to base.
No, I mean,
yeah,
Yoda might have actually been able to stabilize here.
They shake on it. No? Oh, okay.
He scooped.
Yeah, he scooped. He had nothing to go against. That's 5 restore on the board, 2 huge units, and he's only got Sabine there, and there's already a big Sentinel in space. Of course, if he...
Like I said, no shame in scooping.
Yeah, no, certainly not.
Joe, if you're hearing this, forgive us for doubting.
Yeah.
You stabilized and pulled it off.
He did, indeed. And this is an excellent showcase of what Data Vault does bring to this sort of deck. Because without Data Vault here, he would not have been able to.
This is one of my things with the yellow. I think the green might have been able to close that out better.
Mm-hmm.
There's a significant difference between, having Chewie, having Luke. Those extra points of damage matter a ton.
They do. And also, like, the reach in the end. Yellow has slightly higher speed, but green keeps a huge reach even when the speed is slowing down. Green has other things to close out the game than just for a course. Green can close it out with Wrecker, of course.
Record, ECL,
yeah, and Timely in all of those combinations as well. So there's more ways for Sabine ECL to get that last bit of damage in than what the yellow one can.
And you have the best color pairings for Sabine's Masterpiece, because I don't even know if you run Sabine's Masterpiece in the yellow build.
No, exactly, because you don't get the experience tokens. Well, again, a fairly quick one. Let's have a look at the melee and see what it looks like over on the melee page. I need to just transition us here, and why am I not seeing that? The melee is not visible, I don't think, somehow. Let's see if I can get it to show. Maybe, is it visible now?
I can see melee on my end.
It is visible now.
Oh, actually round 4 is not showing on my end.
All right. So standings after round 3, we had Ben Chase leading with Cam second. So we just saw the table 1 actually being the 2 top players. Unit Monsters was also undefeated, but he got paired down, I think, into Walter Witt. So Ben Chase took 1-0 over Riley. That's the thing we just saw, wasn't it? No, it was not. Oh, I can't really. Oh, so Riley. So Joe is using the screen name Riley. That makes sense. Okay. No.
I also can say about Sabine. When I built my Sabine, I built mine a little more combo-y.
So what cards would that be?
I built it for the big combo, the big speeder combo.
Oh,
yeah.
In there. Oh, yeah. It gets grits with the bigs on it, right?
Yeah, swings for 8.
Yeah. So that's a 2-card combo. That's really interesting. I think I've seen people try that in Young Han builds to get that extra 2 damage on it initially. But that makes sense. Gets you some more reach, I guess.
Yeah, it's more investment into making sure that I have multiple ways to put big bursts of damage into you.
Yeah.
And, you got to make those calls as the game drags on and present as many threats as possible.
Right. And it's something they have to take care of, that they need to answer it, right?
Yes.
It makes sense to me.
So, Cam seems like he built a more conservative version.
Something
than
more,
mine's.
Yeah. We did see a cure out of it, so it's probably quite similar to the version we've seen from Rebel Resource, Ryan Warner.
Right.
We saw it. He played it in both Richmond and Minneapolis, I think.
Right. I ultimately ended up pivoting because one of my local guys, he played Pop Yellow, and he was able to beat me pretty handedly, where the ECL is the bane of his existence. Yeah.
And I think that's actually the one loss that Ryan took in Minneapolis in the Swiss rounds was to Palp Yellow as well. Obviously, it was what is his name? Quite famous Palp player. That did play it. So yeah, it's no. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, Cam and Ryan talk Blonde Sabine a lot. Cam is a member of Ryan's Patreon, coming from Demaskar in the chat there. Yeah, that would make sense. The Ryan's build is also quite like explosive, so I've played it a bit, and it's fun, and it has that burst I can do. Oh yeah, Random Mando. Exactly, that was the player that beat Ryan. And as far as I know, Random Mando is also a good friend of Ryan's. So they've played that game out a couple of times before. It wasn't the first time he got beat by Rando, I think.
Well, Rando Mando, I believe, is one of the newest teammates of Late Night Gaming.
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Really good player.
Oh, yes. We're excited to have him on to Late Night Gaming.
I bet. So I'm looking at the melee and updating here to see what we get in terms of reported matches. So Emmanuel Apodaca got another win over Ben Chase. Loopy took down Faddy. Evan Fitzgerald took down Walter Witt. Jack Fitzgerald took down Jack Attack. And Nick Hansen beat Carlos. And then we've got Wes Ben beating Danny Mao. And we are waiting for 2 games. Picardy versus Riley is not reported. And neither is Karmadrome versus Anthem Kyle. And if I'm looking at the standings from last round, Riley is in the top 4, so that the game between Riley and Picardy is interesting for standings and for making top 4 here. Both of those guys are definitely in the running to make top cut. We should have only Cam being undefeated after this round, I think, because Unit Monster lost to Cam and Ben Chase lost to Emmanuel. So Cam is the only undefeated player after this round, as far as I can tell, which means that round 5 is going to be a down pairing no matter what for him.
Big round 5 coming up. A lot of someone's gonna get the shaft. One of the one losses will get shafted.
Yeah, certainly the case. And of course, tiebreaker is going to matter a lot, especially if we do have the situation where Cam loses his round 5 here. But I expect that he will just ID it. Anything but IDing makes little sense here, but maybe he just want to play. He's going to make it whether he wins or loses, I guess. So
yeah, Cam can ID. He's in no matter what.
Exactly, but he can also lose and just play it for the lols, and even if he loses, he'll probably make top 4, I think, right?
He could end up in first place still.
Exactly.
I did a showdown recently where
Exactly.
I ID'd the last round and I still ended up in first place. So.
Right. But even if he decides to play it, I think he's pretty safe to even if he plays and loses, he still probably makes top 4.
He still could make first. He still could be first.
Exactly. So I think there's a decent chance that he actually plays it because of, it is a fun game.
Right. And it's not a long tournament where, you're in round 6 and you're like, all right, I need to take a break before top 8.
Exactly. I mean, there's only 5 rounds of Swiss, and then there's semifinals and finals. So if you want to make the most of it, you traveled a couple of miles to get to the store if you're not living in Madison. So yeah, I can definitely see a situation where Cam would want to play this game.
Right.
All right. Yeah. Well, I think maybe we will take a little break for maybe 5 minutes, I think, right? How much of a break should we take? 5 minutes or so?
Yeah, 10 minutes is good.
All right, so we'll be back 15 past ish.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, see you guys in a bit.
Miss Penny. Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
All right, we are back and we're going to take a little bit of a look at what the standings look like. My name is Viktor. I'm from the Nordic Takedown, and with me I've got Solo YG from Late Night Gaming here.
Yes, sir.
So going into round 5, we are now not sure which game we're going to get, but after round 4, this was the standings. So Cam is in the lead, the only undefeated player. He might not be able to persuade anyone to ID with him because there are 5 people with 1 loss, 5 X1s, and I don't think either of those would be necessarily too keen to ID with him. So Riley, Ben, Unit Monster, which is Joe, I think, that we just saw, and Loopy are all X1s. And Loopy has the worst breakers of all of those. So it's interesting to see who will get the better breakers and make it to the top 4 here. Probably no intentional draws, though. Right? What do you think?
Nope, I don't think so. I think you're gonna have to fight for your life.
Yeah, and seeing the way it looks right now, there might be, if everyone plays their games, there could be 1 X2 making it, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I thought it was top 4.
Yep, top 4.
So then no
X2 could make it, maybe. Huh?
No, it's impossible.
Yeah, it's impossible. Right, so we're going to get to see Nick Hansen, who has not been on stream yet. He is playing, or maybe he was on first. He's playing Young Han, I think. Not entirely sure though. But we got Nick Hansen against Ben again.
Okay.
I'll start updating the graphics and bring us over to the table here. Let's see. All right. I hope that sound levels are slightly better now. I don't know. I haven't heard anyone complain in a bit. So hopefully sound levels are a little bit better.
Sound.
Yeah. All right. So we've got Nick on the bottom. So yeah, Nick is not the Han data vault. That is Ben.
So we got a mirror match.
Yeah. It would seem that it's Han 2 data vault against Han 2 data vault. Let's see.
Be your typical bloodbath.
It could certainly be. I mean, it's all down to the draw when you're. This is another Ben Vesolowski. Vesolowski. I am dyslexic. Sorry. So pronouncing names in a language that I'm not familiar with is hard enough without the letters jumping around for you. So
yeah,
there you go. And let's see if I can get the HUD completely updated with leaders here as well. Should be easy enough, I guess. All right, so what have you played this mirror yourself?
No, I've not played Han 2 Data Vault, but I played against a lot of it. It is one of the predominant decks in my local meta and in my PQ meta. So I'm still very familiar with the deck, and it's a deck that I played. I've had mixed results against, I will say, but it's a very good deck. There's some plays. But here's the thing: there's some different versions of this. There's a low to the ground version,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's a top over the top version.
For
So
sure.
I don't know which version each player is playing.
No, yeah. Like we talked about earlier today, you have the version that Dameron has made famous. That is slightly more of a value deck, trying to play one above curve as much as possible, which I guess makes a lot of sense. It's why you would pick this leader after all. But then there's
Right.
also a more rebel heavy, I guess, version
Right.
that is trying to get more boosts on and run a little bit faster. So yeah, it's more than one way to do it.
There also is one that is really big. You know, they're playing for crates, they're playing for home ones, they're
And you got the
stalling to get to their
Sparrowhawk in those ones, right? Where you get to
Yeah.
play everything for half.
yes.
Yeah. I played against that a lot in the very early meta, mostly actually before release, when people were just testing things, and it sort of felt like it fell off because of Django, but it never came back really. I haven't seen it since that early testing. So that was
Yeah.
picked
Probably
it
just too much to deal with.
Yeah. So he chose to grab the hammer there, and that is answered by Alliance X-Wing, I think. No. Oh no.
Red
That's
5.
Red 5. Red 5. Yeah, with Han ability.
Early red 5.
Mm-hmm. That's nice.
All right, they said the sound is good now.
All right. Cool. Well, I mean, we made it. We got it there eventually. All right. So we're on 3 resources. This is where the action starts. So red 5 should be really good in this mirror, I think. Like being able to snipe off or put 2 extra damage on these units that come in with damage on them should be good, right?
Yeah, red 5 definitely is a card you want to see here because it definitely limits the impact of what you're playing.
Right, exactly. But like Pilot Poe Dameron is such a great unit in any Han 2 deck. The ability to just use the ability with no penalty at all is just amazing.
Yes, it is amazing. Poe is a good card, period.
Yeah.
I play a Luke ECL, and that's been one of the cards that performed the most for us. Green Hero Command Heroism got 2 great cards in Poe and Blue Leader. Those cards
really good,
especially
really
Blue
good.
Leader in Han 2 is an all-star
for sure. It's just the ability to play an ambush 5/5, well 5/3 I guess when you use Han ability, but
for
still
3.
For 3.
For 2.
For
3.
For 4 really. If you want to go 5.
Yes.
But
4. Yeah.
but it's still amazing. it's just such a good thing. So Poe takes care of the Bright Hope, but Bright Hope was essential there in keeping the red 5 up, because now red 5 can go to remove Poe while not remove him, but making him have 1 health left while still going to base.
Right.
That's just such a strong play.
It's a very strong.
He is way ahead on damage here, as Mon Mothma is just not that heavy of a puncher.
No, but he's looking to stabilize with a Poe.
And he
But
matches
there's
him with a pole.
a pole of his own. So there's obviously Nick is going to claim there because pole on pole violence is only interesting for the one initiating it.
Exactly.
So yeah, the initiative token is still with Nick there. But that means that his space Poe is going to die to... Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah. That's really good, though. Trading with Poe, discarding a card to remove red 3. And that means that his Poe in space gets to fight another day. Well,
It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's an obvious move that I just somehow missed.
Good stuff right there.
Right. So flipping Han early here. I don't see any equipment. Maybe you want to play Riken and make Han the Sentinel somehow. Or he might want to play that Fleet Lieutenant.
Hard to say. Maybe he wants to draw. He could do...
Oh, no, yeah.
No, I don't know.
Young Han isn't Rebel, right?
No, he's not.
No, so Fleet's not the play. He is eyeing that Riken.
I see a Riken in his hand,
Yeah.
but he could play that Echo-based defender.
Mm-hmm. But he was eyeing that Riken for a bit there, but he decides to hold off on spending the resources. Just see what he gets. So Mon Mothma going into 2. Han there? No? Going to... Yeah, he hasn't decided yet. He's going back and forth. He is spending resources instead. Nick using Han ability, playing that hammer. He's got 3 cards in hand, so that's 3
So
damage.
3 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a solid play. Mon Mothma's still not enough to remove him.
This matchup could just come down to who draws crate, no?
Right, yeah, it definitely can. So he's making Riken the Sentinel, and this, I guess, and Nick is kind of forcing Ben to do that instead of making Han the Sentinel by that play. It's subtle, but could make a difference. Both of them tapped out, so I guess Nick's just claiming here, right? Yeah. He is. I guess he could have flipped, right?
No, I would not have flipped into this situation.
Yeah, no, but he could have, I mean.
And actually, he's actually smart for holding back his flip.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's thinking about the Riken.
Yeah.
And so if you flip, Ben plays the Riken, and then now his Han is dead.
Yeah. Immediately.
And he's down a unit on the ground. So I think holding back his Han that's an underrated skill in this game. Sometimes as players, we feel like on the flip turn, we must flip the leader.
Yeah, no.
And yeah, go ahead.
No, it depends on the leader, of course, but several leaders, it's definitely often the case that you shouldn't. Like, Han ability is much stronger than the unit, so losing a full round of being able to use the Han ability is much more detrimental to him than having the unit out.
Yeah, because now look, Han is dead. His Han is dead now.
Mm-hmm.
And now that limits some of his bigger, burstier plays for the turn.
Yeah. And there's a few cards in hand there. He didn't resource, I don't think, because he's still on 6 there. So he can't play the Walker now. All right, so Fleet Lieutenant. Yeah.
for base.
Yeah. And I guess you're making the fleet Sentinel, right?
Um, I'm not sure. I think he's still Riken because
Yeah, stopping the solo
that
flip.
the 5 trade back is worth it.
Yeah.
Whereas the 3 trade back allows for Han to live.
Yep. Yep. Oh,
Okay. Akbar kill.
Akbar killing that. It's good.
Blue
It's good.
leader.
Blue leader's off the board. But still a significant space advantage for Nick. He is behind on damage. But the Poe unit there hasn't really acted yet. And he does go into Riken with Han. So Riken was obviously the Sentinel here. And 4 damage to base from Poe in space. And I think that's a heavy he drew into there. And probably a Poe.
Yes, that.
I think that's a heavy and a Poe he drew. For Nick, yeah. Heavy is interesting here.
Heavy's a good card in this deck.
Mm.
You typically have a lot of value units, and you. Yep.
Doesn't Kodamaran also play heavy? Over K2?
I don't exactly remember his list.
I seem to recall that he favors heavy over K2. Just because of that ping damage when he dies.
Yeah, I think heavy is just a great card in the deck because you have a lot of it's much easier to trigger the coordinate in this deck than most people realize.
Yeah, I mean, very few turns have been less than 2 units on board for each player. Most of the turns they've had at least 2 units each.
I agree.
All right, so
but yeah, I do think that heavy performs better in the overall strategy over K2 for those reasons, because K2 I think is at his best against control, but also with the card Heroic Sacrifice.
Exactly, yeah. When you can burst that 9 to base, or possibly slightly less if you go through something. But yeah, certainly. They are really in a chess situation here, because both of them have it's a very interesting board states, what I'm trying to say. Is that a timely? Yeah, it's timely intervention for, I can only assume the heavy, right? Yep. That is heavy coming in with timely intervention, removing Akbar.
Stop the restores.
Yeah.
Plus, he's just looking to outvalue his opponent on putting more units, creating more threats.
And I mean, at this point, he certainly does have the stronger board, but he is behind on damage. But again, with the data walls, that is slightly less significant. Like being on 21 with a 30 health base, well, yeah, then you are feeling it coming on. But with 33, you're fine. Yeah?
Yeah, definitely. And that's one of the main reasons why Data Vault has been such a, I would say, a meta staple. Is because it changes. And, I got to give a shout out to, Bobby Sapphire from KTOD and bringing up the chess references and putting your opponent in check.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You have a full turn extra in this case. Like, he's not 1 turn away from being in check. He's 2 turns away with 21 health now. And that gives you so much more leeway.
Exactly.
And Nick hasn't spent any resources yet. And we do see that Walker. And I can only assume that that's what he's going to play here. Is that a Profundity in his hand as well, maybe?
Oh man, that's a bold play to play that card.
I can't really... It is a ship. It's a red ship. Red heroic ship. I can't really see which one. He's shuffling
Maybe
a
it's
little
another
bit too fast.
hammerhead.
It could be a hammerhead as well, yeah. It would make more sense, I guess.
I wanted Profundity to be good, but with cards like No Glory, just
Yeah, no.
tough.
Yeah. And we'll see now. It is a hammerhead, yeah. So that's enough to remove Han. Yeah,
Definitely a high skill matchup. Knowing the matchup, understanding the breakpoints for each card in the deck and how they interact with each other. This, I believe, is a very high skill expression matchup.
I couldn't agree more. Riken is only able to make ground units Sentinel, right? He couldn't make the Hammerhead Sentinel, right? Oh, that is a crate.
I believe Riken can make any unit Sentinel.
Oh, he can? Interesting.
Yeah, let me look that. Just double check. I'm pulling it up.
So Ben did draw into a crate dragon there, and this would be a turn where he could play it. So we might be able to see that crate on crate. Not crate on crate. Who gets to the crate first, kind of thing.
First.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is why you play heavy, I think. So he can strike heavy into the one thing and then kill the other. Kill Riken with the ping.
So yes, Riken reads when played and on attack. Choose a friendly unit.
Right.
It has Sentinel. Give an experience token to it. Otherwise, it gains Sentinel for this phase.
So it's obviously moot now when Riken is off the board, but he could have made the Hammerhead a Sentinel here.
Yes.
So Nick is tapping resources here. No? Back and forth. He's considering tapping resources, and he does have that Poe up there, and that's another Hammerhead, I think.
Like Hammerhead, yeah.
He's playing that Hammerhead, and he's got a fairly large hand there, so he will do, 3 or 4 damage with that Hammerhead? Well, a lot more, because he's using Timely Intervention.
That's big.
That's big.
Timely, he does the damage to
Yep.
kill and live. That's a big swing.
That is a big
So,
swing. And then
Did
the other
Ben draw the
Hammerhead...
crate?
Yeah. Ben does have a crate in hand, and he has not used hand ability. He's got 8 resources there, so he can play the crate now. I think that's what's happening. No, that's another Hammerhead.
No, Hammerhead.
Yeah, he needs to remove threats first, of course. So yeah, it does make sense, but it does give Nick another turn to draw into his crate. And yeah, this game could very well come down to whoever plays his crate first.
Or whoever can play, because
Yeah,
Ben could have played it, but it wouldn't have helped him in this situation. Could
exactly.
have maybe lost the game.
Oh yeah, and he
probably showed him the crate.
Yeah. And that, having removed the immediate threat there, 14 damage is too much to get back when there's a crate.
Oh,
on the
maybe
board.
Ben pulled it. Looks like, did Ben just pull it out? Ben pulled it out.
Yeah, Ben won.
He had
Yeah,
lead-
Ben won because he's on 29. Nick is on 29, and Ben showed him the crate, and Nick has no answer. That is not. He's too close to lethal. Any answer he's got to a crate dragon is gonna do 4 damage to himself, and he's got to make 14 damage Sorry, he's got to come in from 14 damage. That's just he didn't make enough damage on base to be able to race even with the board state if Nick plays that crate. And obviously,
Right.
oh sorry, if Ben plays that crate. So I think Nick scooped when Ben showed the crate. That's the only thing I can think of that happened here. But I might be wrong. It looked to me like Nick showed the crate and Ben scooped.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, the other way around. Ben showed the crate,
Gotcha.
Nick scooped. But I might be mistaken. Well, we will see when they report. It looks like they're just reporting the game right now. So let's see what they did in fact, how this game in fact ended. Let's go to the melee and see what's what. So we've got round 5 and Nick not reported yet. I guess so it looks to me like
Okay,
Nick is on the phone. They drew.
So Camden did convince his opponent to draw.
Oh, he did. So Manuel drew with Cam.
Oh, because Emmanuel's in second. So yes, an intentional draw helps Emmanuel. So Loopy might be out.
Loopy might be. So and Nick was on his phone there, but I can't. He seems not to have reported the game yet. We're waiting for this game that we just watched to be reported, so that we know for certain what actually exactly what transpired there.
Well, it's sad because Nick. So basically, Ben, who won? Ben, right?
So Ben, I think Ben won. Ben
won. That means he's in.
Yeah.
He's in the fourth placement. So Loopy, in order to get in, has to win, and Unit Monster needs to lose against. Oh, Riley D. Oh, I think Loopy's out no matter what.
Right.
Because Riley D's playing Unit Monsters, 2-3-1s battling it out.
Yeah.
And so that means Ben, if Ben wins, he's in.
But if Loopy wins,
he's still out because he needs Ben to lose.
Oh. Well,
I mean, Ben to lose.
But if Loopy beats Ben, then Ben loses.
Oh, Loopy's playing Ben.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, so Loopy is in if he wins. Yes.
Right, exactly. So if I make this out correctly, Emmanuel and Cam is in no matter what. And we just got to see Nick play
Ben. Is in now.
And
Ben's in.
Ben would be... Well, the Ben we watched wouldn't be in.
Sorry.
Because he would be 3-2. So the game we watched didn't actually matter, I don't think.
It was Nick versus West Bend. Sorry, that match did not matter.
I don't think that game mattered. Well, I mean it does because there's top 8 pricing, so
yes,
it does matter for the pricing, but they aren't making the top cut, either of them.
So West Bend makes top cut, so congrats to him because he's in ninth. So he go 3-2 making top cut.
Yep, and now it's confirmed. Indeed, West Bend showed the Crate Dragon, and Nick scooped because he was just too far behind on damage to be able to do that amount of damage before the crate won.
So sad for Nick, he didn't make top cut.
No.
He was playing to make top 8, and he didn't get in.
No, he couldn't have, and yeah. It is indeed interesting if Loopy lost. So then he's definitely out.
No.
So Ben Chase is definitely in top 4. Cam and Emmanuel is definitely in top 4. And then whoever wins between Riley and Unit Monster. I think Unit Monster is Yo that we saw the other round. So whoever wins between Riley and Unit Monster should make top 4. Together with Emmanuel, Cam, and...
wish we could have got that on stream.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. Well, this is what we got.
I wonder why they put the match that was maybe less was more inconsequential.
I mean, this is a casual event. I can imagine that some of the players aren't too keen on being on stream. And also, it could be the absolute opposite, as a couple of players that might have been really keen on being on stream. And, you know, this is the kind of tournament where you want to give players that want to be on stream a chance to be on stream, I guess.
Right.
I'm speculating here. I don't know.
Right.
Well, I think we will have to wait for a little bit longer to know. We only have one unreported game, and that is the Riley Unit Monster. And that is a highly consequential game. So I think we'll just stick around and wait to see it update, right?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Just hit refresh on this button for spam it till we get.
Yeah, maybe we might get Loopy to pop in.
He might, because
Since
he
his
is.
day might done.
He's certainly out of the tournament for the moment. I will actually ping him and see if he can pop in.
Yeah, because he can give us some update on this big match that's being played.
I'll see if we can get him to join the cast with some updates. We do not have access to any meta analysis, so we can't confirm our speculations from earlier about the meta. Unfortunately, it would have been fun to have some graphics to put on for you here, but we will have to just stick with our guesses that we made earlier for now. But from what we've seen, there's been a fair amount of... Well, actually, maybe I do have something. Give me a sec. We did get a little bit. So we have actually a list of what people of leader base combinations here. So I can count 1, 2, 3, 4 Sabines, and 1, 2 Boba Fett 4, 1 yellow and 1 Data Vault, and 1, 2, 3, 4 Han 2 Data Vaults. And then we have a smattering of different kinds of things. Only one Vader, and that is actually a Vader Data Vault. So I have to assume that is it's Loopy. So he's playing Vader 1 Data Vault, and I can't really see any Vader 4s here. Any of the Pilot Vader decks that has been fairly ubiquitous as of late, but doesn't seem to be represented here. We've got a Kasuda deck, we've got a Sash red that we saw earlier, we've got a Han 1 green, we've got a Pulp Data Vault. That's an interesting deck. I don't think it has much of a chance in this sort of format, but yeah, we did see the Dooku yellow earlier. We've got a Quinlan Tarkin Town. We've got Rio Lake Country. That would have been interesting to get on stream. Carlos Apodaca played Rio Lake Country. He must have grown tired of his Quinlan deck, I guess.
Maybe.
Tired of winning. It's so exhausting.
Riley won. Just came in.
All right, so there we go. We have... So Riley's in the top cut then. So this is the standings after round 5. Cam, Riley, Ben Chase, and Emmanuel Apodaca are all for making top cut here. And then we've got Unit Monster Yo in 5th place, Picardy in 6th place, Loopy in 7th place, and Ben that we just watched, Ben West Ben, whatever he calls himself, in 8th.
So that win got him into top 8, just in. Edging out Evan.
Yep. And granting him one of those Devastators promo cards, which is a really sweet price for a casual tournament. You know.
Oh yeah.
I think with the promo cards, they've been a little bit hit and miss throughout. So I think having really nice promos for this set's showdowns definitely made the showdowns more interesting and more like it felt more fun to go to one. I'm actually trying to get to one tomorrow, I think, because it really feels like there's a reason to go, besides just playing, of course, which is also a really good reason to go. All right, so we are waiting for some kind of confirmation on what the top 4 matchups will be. I've noticed, and this is sort of an interesting thing. Most people will not be in the US. Most people won't use melee for the top cut. I've noticed. Oh, but they are using it here. So we got final semi-finals. So Cam is actually going to face Emmanuel now. They did an intentional draw, and that is the game that we're going to see now in top in the semi-final instead. So we didn't get to see it play out when they had it for King of Swiss, I guess. But we will get to see it now instead. All right, that's interesting. It's gonna be fun to see what Emmanuel can do. Emmanuel's a really good player, as is his brother Carlos. So that's always good to have him on stream, I think.
I love it.
I will try and update the overlays here as we move into this. All right, let's jump over to the table. They are setting up. So we've got a mirror here, but it's yellow versus ECL. So we've got Sabine on Sabine, at least. So Emmanuel is playing Sabine ECL.
Well, I think our prediction of a best of one went as we expected. The aggro, this format benefits the aggressive decks.
Of course. I think there's a proof of that concept here in front of us.
Best of 3 though. I don't know what the other deck is. It's probably one of the Hondata vaults. If I had to predict, I'm predicting Han Dadevalt wins this event. You're guaranteed to have a Sabine in the final, so um I just think in a best of three, Han 2 has so many more tools to kind of put a damper in Sabine's
Yeah,
day.
I definitely think that Sabine Yellow will have a rough matchup into a hand to Data Vault, right?
Yes, I think yeah, red green. It's just too many tools. And the units in the yellow Sabine are way more squishy.
Mm-hmm.
The green provides more sturdy
Yeah, and
units.
Sabine's masterpiece in ECL can be really, and if Emmanuel is running something like Red 3, he does have there's possibly some units in a Sabine ECL that could be really strong into Han 2, but the yellow Sabine that we've seen mostly here, I don't think will be very strong against a Han 2.
One thing we have to point out in this pseudo mirror is that the Sabine ECL player must know that they are not the aggro. This is not a race.
Right,
They
yeah,
are the control. They must control yellow Sabine.
for sure.
Sabine yellow is just too fast. I made that
Certainly.
mistake early in my Star Wars Unlimited days, and I had to fix it very quickly.
No, this is definitely something to keep in mind when we look at this matchup. It is, like you said, just a pseudo mirror. It's not the very same deck. They do play slightly differently. They have some tools in common, but ECL is also something that is going to be very important in this matchup. What and
It's
when
pivotal.
ECL. Yeah, it is. It might very well be if this could turn the game here. Being able to remove the Sabine unit there and having to start with 3. I probably would have waited a little bit with using the ECL, but having the Battlefield Marine and being able to do this, it could also be too tempting to just get the heads. Oh, this was important then. It seems that Cam only had a wing leader for 3 resources here, and that is that makes that ECL play very, very good. But he is able to equip the wing leader with a R2 unit. Paying 1 for something, but I'm not sure what. Oh no, yeah, he is not, hadn't tapped it correctly. All right. So Emmanuel is ahead by quite a lot here. He's got a Sabine's masterpiece ready to go, but he's going to trade that immediately. But that is, essentially, Cam is 2 for 1ing himself there, with a card that is already played in a way where it lost a lot of its momentum. So yeah, this is not looking good for Cam. But it is the best of 3 now. So
Yep.
Cam just flips Sabine. I assume he's got a saber in hand then. Yeah. No? Oh, that's a K2. Okay. So K2 without ECL, a lot less impactful. And yeah. Well, Emmanuel is so far ahead here. He's 8 points ahead. Of course, he started being 5 down, so he's technically only 3 points ahead, I guess. But yeah. Kato is going to remove the Battlefield Marine, I think. to get a little bit of overwhelm?
I don't. I mean,
Yeah, certainly. He's going to go straight through the belt. No, he's taking out Sabine. Just
that's the right
even
play.
better. With
You don't
with
touch that
the
with a
when he
counter.
has got the Fleet Lieutenant for sure. Yeah, really good. So was that a General's Blade? I think, and that
Ooh,
is
bamboozle. That's a blowout.
Bamboozle on the General's Blade, and it's Sabine unit.
That's a blowout play right there. That good old bamboozle.
Definitely. Cam is trading for the Battlefield Marine with his Sabine there. Fleet just goes to base. All right, so
And the ECL's being used already, so I think Cam's got the first match.
Cam has weathered the storm and managed to get to a more equal board state, but
Things could turn.
yeah,
but
depending on
ECL,
what Emmanuel's got in hand here, but he needs to draw into something interesting here. That Rebel Assault could fix a lot of the issues here.
Surprise strike.
Surprise strike. That's 6 to base, or no, he's removing.
That's great. He's doing 7 with K2, killing his K2. So that's what's that? 4 overwhelm with then 3 to base.
Yep. So that's catching up a lot. He's now 15 damage. So that is 10 more damage for Cam to get in. And we get the Rebel Assault for 4 to base here, taking him to 21. But that's 9 more damage to go, and that's not a very good use of your Rebel Assault, I don't think. So 18 playing out the Poe, just hard playing it. Yeah. So if I'm Cam, I'm just claiming here, right? No. Oh, absolutely no. He's got 4 open resources. I'm blind. So that's 21. And so Emmanuel claims, and and that's GG.
GG.
Yeah, well played. Falcon did get it to 24, and then anything will do it. There's nothing here. He doesn't have ECL. I don't see any timelies. There's no way he can do that. Yeah.
Off aspect super laser bass for 12 could,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah. Right. Because that's a common inclusion in Sabine lists. Pre-board.
Well, what's 12 resources for Sabine?
Yeah, no, nothing. So now they are moving into sideboards.
We get some board action for our first board conversation of the stream. What's he thinking?
Well, I mean, obviously, Wrecker is going out from the ECL deck.
Absolutely.
There ain't nobody got time for that.
Maybe even dropping Poe down to a 1-of, get some
One or
more
two,
aggressiveness in there.
Yep, I can see that. I think this is a matchup where I did see he was playing the Protectors, the Mandalorian raid to restore 1/5s. I can't remember the names of them.
Sundari Peacekeepers.
Sundari Peacekeepers, thank you. So I did see one of those in Emmanuel's hand. So if he's not playing the full 3 complement in main deck, which he might not be, he might have 1 or 2 extra copies in his sideboard that could come in here. That would probably be a good card in this matchup.
It seems like Emmanuel made the critical mistake of trying to be the aggro,
Yeah. Yeah, he thought it
and
was enough ahead to start racing.
that was not. I don't think that's the right call
No, yeah, you need to
because
keep the
Bean
board.
doesn't because Sabine doesn't play like Big Han or whatever.
Mm.
You
Yep,
shouldn't worry about dragging this game on, especially when you have ECL record. I mean, sorry,
exactly.
ECL poet.
Exactly. Yeah, no, for sure. Especially pre-board. Especially
Yeah,
pre-board. When you've got wreckers and things that will come into play later. So, yeah, I think he started racing too early. He was pretty diligent about board state early on, but not as much from his own playing as much as Cam just having abysmal draws in that
yeah,
wing leader
because you can't keep up
with Yellow
you're
Sabine.
so here's the thing, you're playing yellow, right?
Yeah.
So when you're thinking yellow hero, you can't suit up
Mm-hmm.
because of bamboozle. We
Mm-hmm.
saw one being
Mm-hmm.
played, it blew out
Yep.
Emmanuel.
I think that's where Emmanuel lost the game, really.
Right, right. That was a huge blowout.
Yeah.
He, I don't yeah, Emmanuel didn't think about against yellow hero, you just can't suit up.
No, yeah.
I mean, I understand you have you're hoping that they maybe don't have the answer,
Yeah.
but because it doesn't cost them anything, and Sabine
Exactly.
literally cares nothing about their
Cards.
hand.
No, yeah, cards are cards are wind to Sabine.
Yeah.
So yeah.
so-
And so this, I did see Emmanuel's got a timely intervention in hand, which is interesting because now he can timely that A-wing that he drew into and just remove the A-wing of Cam. I think that's very
that would be the
tempting.
play.
That would be very tempting to me. And that's exactly what he's doing. Yep. That's a great play, keeping his ECL alive, but just getting a board state. Oh, that's the perfect answer, though. Is removing
That is
that
the
A-wing.
answer.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, I
Seemed
mean,
like Camden might have set him up.
yep. Could even be. Now, he's got a Fleet Lieutenant in hand, and that is another timely, I think. So he could actually timely that Fleet Lieutenant to have the Battlefield Marine kill a flip of the flipped Sabine.
How do you stall into that, though?
Yeah. No, yeah. With only one unit, it's really hard. Obviously, you flip, and you play something. I don't know. Nah, yeah. Probably can't do it. So he is just going for damage here. This is how he lost the last game. Flipping. That's a wing leader. 3 more three experience on Sabine.
What's crazy is Camden's been the control this whole time.
Yeah. Yep. But I think he's got the board now. I don't see anything in Emmanuel's hand that will answer this. It's the Fleet Lieutenant for some damage, I guess. But yeah, so he's timelying the Fleet Lieutenant to remove Sabine. Yeah. So that's 4 damage plus another 3, which is enough to remove that Sabine. And I think that's the only play he's got there. He's got to do that. Still keeping his ECL, but he's down to 1 card, and that is he drew into a Fighters for Freedom and something that he resourced. And then he's got a battlefield in hand. I guess at this point the board state is very close. But Emmanuel has very few things to improve his board state with here. Whereas I haven't actually seen Camden's hand. Alright, so he's got a lot of 2-cost units in his hand. Camden's got, that's a black one. So they're both trying to go wide here, but in different arenas.
Yeah, looking like this might be a race now.
Yeah.
But Rebel Assault has the edge, in my opinion.
Rebel Assault is really strong in this. When you're going wide like this, Rebel Assault is just a card, but I don't see it in Emmanuel's hand. He's only got 2 cards in hand. He's flipping them fast there.
But Surprise Strike is hard to race, especially when you only have, what's that,
Right.
12 health left?
Exactly. And yeah, this is where ECL is a bit of a liability because of the 5 less HP.
Yeah, and that's my only criticism of Emmanuel.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to control,
Mm-hmm.
but it just didn't. It's not working out correctly.
Well, he's not drawing any space units really. I don't think that's a space unit behind the Sabine unit there. Maybe it is.
What's funny is this deck has traditionally been a space deck, so
Yeah.
I would have been
Is
trying
that?
to mulligan hard for space.
Yep. So he's playing the Sabine unit, still on the race. I mean, he does present more damage right now, but
And it doesn't look like he had Camden has any significant burst answer.
no. So that was. Oh, that's okay. So it's a
Okay,
Phoenix
ECL.
Phoenix Squadron, ECLing the Phoenix Squadron.
That
I
might
guess.
do it.
Yeah, maybe. So that. Oh no, sneak attack.
Oh, sneak. And what's
Sneak
that
attack.
unit? Oh, black one.
That's a black one. With a pilot on it.
Ooh,
Was that
is
a
that lethal?
was that an R2 or was that something bigger? Because it's not lethal if it was an R2.
If it was Han, that would be game.
If it was Han, but then he would have struck in immediately because of the ability. So it's not. It was an R2. So he's only for 4. So he's going to 22. But, you know, Emmanuel had to claim. And what could he possibly have to clean up that board? Oh, yeah. He could... No, he doesn't have any more timelies, and he didn't draw anything. A Sabine's masterpiece with a timely would have done it, but that's just
Emmanuel
about
lost.
the only thing. Yeah, so Emmanuel lost. Camden took it. That was game 2.
Well, that was a quick semi.
Yep, quick semi. Camden took it 2-0.
Oh yeah, I love it, man. You just made me feel like I was watching a soccer match.
Mm-hmm. So I just got a report from the TO that in the other semi-final where we've got Ben Chase on Boba Fett Yellow against, who was it he was playing? Do you remember? Ben Chase was playing Riley. So Riley is on Han 2, right? I think Riley was one of the Han 2 players. So Ben Chase is up 1 game at least. So we're looking if maybe we can move the other semi-finals so we get to see it play out, but it's not. I don't know if we can. Oh yeah, so no, Dooku. Riley is the guy that was playing Dooku. So Boba Fett.
So it's a rematch.
Yeah, Boba Fett is rematching the Dooku player. And last time we did have them on stream, Boba Fett took that down quite handily.
And clearly it's happening again because it's 1-0 for the.
So he's up one game. He's playing Ryland. Yeah. So we are actually going to get to see the Boba Dooku matchup for the last. Let's see. So I think that will be game 2. We will come into this series at game 2 in just a little bit. I will update the overlays for all of you as best I can here. We're going to get to see Boba.
Okay, we got Loopy on now.
Oh, hello. So
Good to see you. The conference looks great, guys.
Hey.
Hot.
All right,
Sorry,
so
Luke,
we've
that you
got
didn't make it.
Loopy right from. You're live in the store, right?
I'm actually on the way home.
Oh.
But I'm in my car with the earbuds and watching the conference. I thought I'd pop in a little bit here. I know both of these. I actually don't know where I placed them later.
Well, good run, Loopy.
Ben, Jason Brady.
So we've got
Yeah, I
Ben.
was hoping that I get to the top 4, but yeah, both of these guys are great. I mean, everybody's kind of playing some maybe not PQ decks today, and yeah, no, this Dooku yellow deck is good. Who got the first one? I know they played.
So Ben got the first one. Boba 4 is up one game.
While we're on
now
live, I do want to talk about this. Isn't it a little bit anticlimactic to have the showdowns after the PQ season?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but the PQ season's kind of still going on, right? I have another PQ, so I mean it's kind of during, I guess. I don't know what you said, but I mean the PQs. My first one was like what, a month and a half ago, almost, and I still have another one in 2 weeks. So there's kind of PQs every week for 2 months, really.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the PQ season is long, as is the showdown season, but it would maybe be interesting to keep them more separate because they are overlapping almost entirely, right?
right.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe showdown season should start right after set release. Play for some cool promos, come off playing the new stuff, and then PQ season. Obviously not this month because you got the Galactics, but not for set 5. But maybe set 6 you can do showdowns right, maybe a couple weeks, like 2 weeks after set drop, and then that'll lead into PQ season.
Yeah, that would make sense to me.
So yeah, great event. You know, these guys are playing for a trophy on top of all dress prizes, and I do like the format of best of 1 pre-board for Swiss.
Right, yeah.
I mean, for because I mean, we're headed home. It's like 2 o'clock. We started, so 3-4 hours, and then the store is still giving, I think, $6 a store credit to win.
Oh, that's good for a store championship, yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, good stuff.
All right, so they are on the way, but they are also keeping the board state clean. First round has just been removing anything that's been played, and going into second round, we see Riley play a Super Laser Technician, and then doing the Dooku trick of killing it for another unit that can't really make out. Isn't that the ambush unit?
No, that's the 2-3 that has raid 2 if there's not a separatist unit in play.
Ah, right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, those droids.
Right, yeah. So I'm not super familiar with the Dooku units. So I might be off on those for quite a bit, actually.
Not the most popular deck.
It
Thankfully.
is not. But that's a sham, trying to regain that resource disadvantage. And that is...
Invincible.
That's the
strong play.
invincible, yeah.
And that makes it so that droid kills champ too. This is exactly what Riley does.
Yeah, they are both really trying to control the board state here. Which is interesting, I guess, because Boba doesn't really care about his board state. It's essentially a burn deck, so he doesn't need to have units remain on the board, usually.
Well, right, except that he doesn't get to do his 4 damage if he deploys onto the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you, Ben's deck is spicy. So, I'm not going to ruin any surprises.
And this is after sideboards, so they have made some adjustments, and they also played each other earlier in the Swiss rounds.
And we'll see if we get whenever we get, Riley, I think, has got an advantage right now. He waylays the invincible.
Trying to keep that board.
Yeah, Riley's
small
in a
and
good
clean.
spot here.
I think
Because
so.
I would assume the late game is better for Dooku than it is for Boba.
It should
But
be.
But Boba has Devastators and Ruthless Raiders, so
Yeah, and this is post board, so he might have brought in all sorts of stuff. That's just a Kylo's fighter there. And using... This is a neat trick from Dooku. Killing the Superlacious Technician, getting that resource back ready while playing a droid for... essentially for free. Flipping Dooku. And Boba flipped to the ground here.
not sure if that was the best idea.
Yeah, no, he did have that Kylo's tie. He could have flipped onto it, but...
Right, but that doesn't feel real good.
No, yeah. Not, I see.
He could have waited.
Yep.
Because Dooku can overwhelming barrage and just kill his
Right. So
his leader.
that's... They passed around.
Yeah, I don't think the board's... I don't know if the board called for him flipping his leader on the ground.
Exactly. He could have just waited to flip to next round, even. He's in no hurry.
Correct.
And see, that's what we were talking about earlier is like, sometimes as players, we feel like we have to flip, and it's really a board call.
Right. Definitely.
A game state call. Like, there was just not enough damage, I think, to put Boba on the ground so soon.
I would agree. And there was nothing on ground that Boba can deal with. He is the smaller guy here. Dooku is just bigger in every way.
Do we know if Riley has been or not? Because he might be running bamboozle.
Right, yeah.
We haven't seen a bamboozle from Riley.
Yeah, we didn't see it in the first game, no. But both of these guys could potentially run it. I mean, you when you play it with the card cost, it doesn't matter whether you're heroic or not.
Right. And it's very often more for the Vader decks than anything else. But the Vader pilot decks are
good stuff by
problem.
Riley. Time to start pushing the aggression.
Yeah, and I mean, I would assume that this is where Dooku comes into his own. Like, this deck this is where it's at its strongest, right?
Yeah,
These
because now
two-
the exploit 3, he can drop something big.
Mm-hmm.
This Raider just came down
Yep.
for Ben.
Yeah. And now, if he had a Ruthless Raider in hand, he might not have had that, but that definitely is sort of where you might want to wait on flipping onto that.
Ooh,
Right?
Turbo Laser Salvo.
Oh, laser. Oh,
Yeah, that's a
Oh.
big
Hey,
play. That's a big
Was
play.
there a trigger missed? Wasn't Kylo ship supposed to be bounced?
No,
Mm,
the Invincibles when your leader deploys only.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
the
Duke, I
Invincible were played after the leader flip.
Oh, okay, that's what it was.
Yeah. And also, is it a May trigger maybe?
Yeah, I think it's a May too.
So he doesn't necessarily need to trigger it if he wants to do the laser blast next turn. Even knows he's going to do that.
I thought about that too, but I don't know if he could have sequenced very well the other direction.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we're tied up right now, but O'Reilly's ahead on board state.
Definitely is. And he's way ahead on resources. He's, what, 2? Oh, well, he did... Ben did resource with Cham that one, so he's maybe just 1 resources ahead. But then Dooku's ability...
No good.
No good? It's nice.
Yeah,
there.
that means
That's
Ben's hand's not that hot, it seems.
No, yeah, it's just defensive still. I mean, for sure, no good is not a bad play here, but he needs to build something.
I think he should have maybe no good to Dooku.
Possibly.
Because Dooku has the resource engine in his on attack.
Yep. But maybe he's got something on ground where he thinks he can... Yeah, I don't know. Lots of open resources for both players, though.
Riley's hand must be bad.
Yeah, because he's also very hesitant to pull the trigger here. He is exploiting for another... Or is that the same?
It's the same card.
It's the same card, yeah.
He wants to have it the next turn instead of waiting an extra turn.
So, yeah, not an amazing hand here. And that's the IG-2000. Just pinging a little bit. Against massive units like Dooku and the Invincible, it's not much. Is that another no good?
Yeah, this time
Yeah, it's another no good.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think Riley claimed earlier, so...
Ben's like,
I think
there's no way out for you.
Yeah. He's looking quite dejected. He's got 10 damage to go here.
from
And Riley's only got 9 damage to go, and he's got the bigger units. And, well, both of them are very low on cards. And I can't really make out Riley's hand at all. He's got 3 cards in hand, I think. He's going in for 5 there. No, he's going in for 6. Oh, yeah.
Where are the bombs? Where's the invisible hand?
Yeah, exactly.
What's going on, Riley?
So, Ben... Well, if Ben's got a pump, he might be able to pull it. If he's got a surprise strike here, then he takes it.
I think if he had that, he'd be running to the podium.
Right, yeah, certainly. And he must not have
Probably
seen
more,
any blasters or anything, because Boba is not suited up. What's that?
OB,
yeah. Okay, just removing the IG and putting another 4 on Boba there. But both of these guys are forced to make quite suboptimal plays.
I think he messed up. Why
Yeah.
not OB with Dooku and
Earlier.
then kill Boba with
Exactly.
Overwhelm?
Yeah. That would have been much better. What did Ben play there?
It looks like it's that unit that it costs one less when you have done indirect.
Huh. But why is it ready?
Yes, he fixed it.
Okay. And he scooped. So moving on to
So
game
Riley
3.
pulled it out.
Yeah, moving on to game 3 here. So they are 1-1.
Maybe Riley was just worried about the aggression and played it very conservatively.
It would seem, but also he didn't have a stellar hand. He had a. I think he could have made more out of that overwhelming barrage, possibly. But yeah,
Yeah, that's all
I
I was
mean,
thinking.
it's
Is like,
not.
he could've
I can't see the
killed-
faces of the guys, but from like the hands and the gestures, Ben did not seem to be doing much of a poker face here. He really did not look like a guy that liked what he was drawing into for that last round. And going off of that, maybe you don't have to be as conservative with that OB that as Riley was. But he did pull it out, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've loved to see these lists.
Mm-hmm. Is Ben?
Loopy, you want to tell us about your run?
Yeah. So I played round 1. I had Jack Attack the Greater. I think I played my first 3 opponents were all on 2 green, and I lost to the first round and I won the second and third. Then my 4th round I beat a Sabine, and then my 5th and final round, Ben got me here with Boba.
What was
What
it? Just too much indirect?
Actually, so much. I kept a hand that was pretty aggressive because I had 2 ramp in it, but I didn't have a first turn play. So my first turn I just claimed and then played a super laser tech. He was able to waylay that.
Ooh.
I did double ramp Vader after that. And then he got a Radiant 7 out, which is hard to deal with
Yeah.
at times. And I actually had stabilized well, but I think he had 2 surprise strikes towards the end, and that was that. He was able to finish it off.
And those surprise strikes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, surprise strikes, and ruthless Vaders. But I was healing with a reinforcement walker. I really needed a Devastator, is what I needed. I never bought one. A green Devastator.
Got it. Dev 1.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get these lists for you guys, though. Because that's
Looks like we're
probably
starting
what you do.
the final round of the semis.
Yup. So we got
we
a
go.
Kylo's silencer and that droid with the raid, the coordinate raid. I might need to.
Loopy, the light for the stream is yours.
So what?
I was asked if the light for that they're streaming with is that your light.
The light? No, the light is the source.
Okay. Maybe I should just told you to check the chat.
Yeah, no. That's, so there are they side works right now? So is the game going on right now?
Mm-hmm. Yep, they just started. So there's not much happening, but
Yeah, I have us on the Be Right Back screen. It looks like me.
all right. So we do have some issues with the image freezing a little bit, but we have again they're both playing very defensively, with mainly events, it looks like, in Ben's hand there. He's looks like he's very light on units in that hand. He's only got that silencer on the board.
What I'm seeing on the preview is the Be Right Back screen. Is that not what we're watching?
Is the preview? Let me see.
Oh yeah, the chat thing is up.
Oh, sorry. I should be able to fix that, I guess.
Back to gameplay.
But why? Huh. We are having some lag issues with the image.
Probably the scene in OBS that you're on. You're on Be Right Back.
Yep. I will.
I can see in the corner that they're playing. There it goes.
There we go. All right. There we are. Yeah. But it is a very tentative action going on. So that's Genosis bouncing the silencer, and Ben just claims. Ben is actually down 4 damage. Riley's 4 damage ahead. That must not feel very good if you're Ben.
Right.
I think he has been drawing absolutely the worst possible kind of hand here into this kind of deck, with mostly events, and I think that's Pilot Vader he's keeping there in that hand because it's at least a big unit. But yeah, it's
He
not.
might shoot up that pilot.
It's not what he wants in his
Riley.
hand. He needs some spaceships. That's what it needs. Ruthless Raider would be nice here. So the Eunosis just trades with the silence.
Yep, and knowing that he has a fast Pilot Vader there, that feels pretty good.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Just prevented Vader from going on and making that a 6/5.
Yep. And that's just a resupply from Riley. And I think Riley is just playing this very carefully, very cautiously, but being ahead on damage, it's he has the time to do this.
Right. And now he's going to get to deploy before Boba.
Absolutely. If he can play out an invincible here before he deploys, then he's basically putting Boba in a very, very weird spot. And that is a Ruthless Raider in Ben's hand. I think it looks like it. And that could be exactly what he needs. But he is flipping Boba to the ground here. A little prematurely.
So right now, the 2/3 does not have grade 2, but now with that Dooku's out, it does.
Right, yeah. But Boba takes it off. Yeah, takes it out before that comes into play. But Dooku could barrage here if he's got a barrage in hand. Probably not, because I think he would have played it then. Well, of course. Ben's got all of his... Oh, that is an OB, yeah. And that makes it so that Ben can only basically play to space here. That's the only safe play. But he, okay, I guess that's safe because he can't one-shot it even with a brushed up Dooku. Oh, he can. Oh, he just can. He just can. Yeah, that's exactly 7.
Yeah, Dooku would be at 7.
Yeah, that's exactly 7.
That 8 health on Dooku's looking nice.
Yeah. But
Most leaders will be dead right now.
we know that Ben is playing IG 2000s, so that's a really good unit if he's drawn into it here. But I don't see one. I see the Ruthless Raider that will also take care of Dooku here. So
Or P-38 if he runs it.
yeah, but he is sneak attacking a Ruthless Raider. That's pretty good. No, that's not a Ruthless Raider. That is
Devastator?
that's a Devastator.
That's Prestige Devastator.
That's good here.
So it kills Dooku, puts 3 into his base, and is showing 9 damage. Woof!
That is
Ben!
that's a lot of damage coming in.
Ideally, he has no good to be dead right now.
Yeah.
Uncle Ben did say that with great power comes great responsibility.
And that is
Uncle Ben
indeed yeah.
No
good to me,
good?
Dad. And that is
Crisis averted.
that's the perfect answer, I guess.
Crisis averted. I like the aggression by Ben. You either have the answer or you don't.
Yeah. No, yeah. If you're Ben here and you only had 8 damage on the base, you were not actually able to race from that point. You need to try to do something. You need to make something happen. So that's the kind of place he needs to try, whether they work or not.
But Dooku's dead now, so the game somewhat slows down a bit for Riley.
Yeah,
I think Dooku was pivotal in his win.
Yep, definitely was. And that's an IG. Pinging both of those guys.
Exhaust? What? No, just
No,
kidding.
he's not playing Yengo.
Some people have
courier.
Did he
Some
sneak
people have
attack?
Jango PTSD.
Yep. Did he sneak attack the IG there?
He did.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
So Ben's probably really low on cards in hand. Sneak attack
should.
twice in a row.
Yeah, he should
He
be.
probably has no cards in hand.
Yeah, he didn't have that massive a hand before.
Right.
And 2 sneak attacks later, he should be... Oh, he's got 1 card in hand, apparently.
I don't know if I like the sneak attack IG. Why not just be patient?
Exactly. I don't... That's only 3 more damage. Don't know that's worth it.
And then the OB just balls him out.
Yeah.
So Riley representing another 6. Does he have an answer?
Wayling.
Yeah. It's very conservative play here from both players. That's an invincible.
Yep, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
6/6. So now anything like a fire spray, either of them doesn't feel real good.
Ben needs to top deck some Ruthless Raiders.
That's certainly the case.
He needs as many Ruthless Raiders and Devastators as possible. That's exactly what he needs.
Yep.
And that's why I probably would have held on to that sneak attack.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't use the sneak attack until I'm more within lethal range.
Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. Because the Devastator would have been fine hard played there. It would have been really good, actually. Sneak attacking your Ruthless Raider makes sense because of, being able to double use the ability.
Yeah, it's 12 total damage
Mm,
to the board.
mm.
8 to base,
And 4 to
4 to
units.
2 units.
Mm.
Yeah.
But outside of a Ruthless Raider, I don't think you sneak attack in this situation. Anything else? I don't think. This is another silencer.
Kylo time.
Yeah.
So that's one of the cards they drew.
Yep.
6 base.
And Riley is finally starting to hit base here.
Oh, there goes a Ruthless Raider.
Mm-hmm. Here it finally comes. 3 damage to... Only 2? Nah. Yeah? Okay. Only 2 damage to Invincible.
Riley has all his resources. See what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Servo
Turbo
Laser
Laser
Salvo.
Yeah, right. Laser Salvo. Cleans everything up.
I think that happened last game, too.
Mm. So that's why he didn't want to put that damage on the Invincible. So, Enosis in... Oh, that was in his resource row. Yeah, it is a slow game here. Are they in danger of going to time here?
I doubt that they'll time the top gun.
Oh, okay. It's all right.
It would be a 75-minute timer.
Mm.
And I just think they'll probably let these guys play it out at their own pace. They're both very thoughtful players.
Indeed. Right, so we got... This is
the
invisible hand. And he got 2 droids out with it.
Right, folks. We got the vulture droids hitting the stream on the top gun.
Mm-hmm.
I think the invisible hand gets more of them too, right?
Mm-hmm.
He gets his last. Probably is that his last? No good to be dead.
Could be. It should be. I think he played 2 of them already. No. Riley played 2 no goods. I think Ben's only played 1 no good before, so it's his second.
But because of that, he's not going to get to swing with that fortune.
No.
I don't know what he'll do, but I imagine he will not allow that fortune.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, he can lose both.
Yeah, he's just trading the vulture into the platform, but that's 3 indirect, right?
Well, 3, and then if he bobas, it's 4.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, the decision to put it on the invisible hand tells me he might have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Ambush droid. I think it ambushes if you have another separate. Could be 3 to base.
Mm-hmm.
2 or 3? Shouldn't it be 3? Yeah, that was 3.
3 to base. So I know that.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
As predicted.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was Invincible. Yeah, that was Invincible. He played Invincible and 2 fighter droids. Vulture, whatever you call it.
Vulture droids. So those are 3 2s. They don't count the Invincible, right?
No,
so they just count themselves. So they're 3 2s. But this board state is not what you want to be staring down if you're Boba.
Not at all. But lot of beef up in the space arena.
Mm-hmm. This is 23, and then CAD. Right, so yeah,
That's
game.
All right.
Because I don't think Boba's running any kind of removal that can handle CAD here.
Yeah,
you
Cad's
have,
presenting lethal.
Yep.
Do you have Voltrodroid Dooku on your bingo card for the
No.
final of this event?
I did not.
Nope.
I did not. But, you know, that's why you watch a store showdown in the first place, because then you get to see Voltrodroid Dooku make it to the final.
I wonder how many Vulture droids he has in there.
Yeah. Like, we've seen at least 3 of them, right? 4 maybe even in this game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So he's running at least 4. Yeah, so
That's it.
That's it. So Riley takes it with Dooku yellow and makes it on to final. Facing
wonder.
Sabine yellow.
Sabine yellow. Sabine's kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I think Boba 4 is way harder a matchup, but still Sabine would be favored, right?
I think either matchup, it was Sabine's game to lose.
Hmm.
And the yellow player seemed to be piloting really well.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cam.
Yep.
So
Yep. No, yeah. I agree.
but this is the final, so both the pilots have done pretty well.
Yep.
Slugging through the day.
Indeed.
All right. Let's see if we got Cam's list here. I think we have it because he has a deck list for Sabine Yellow.
Sometimes you gotta wonder if Trench might be better for an invisible hand vulture strategy.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
There you go.
Maybe.
Somewhere Symbiote just sensed a disturbance in the force.
Why is he like a Dooku lover?
He played Trench at the sector.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
because with all the draw that Trench has, and you know he's separatist, you can still play invincible hand. That card works better with Trench.
Mm.
So, and then you get all the droids, like it could work better.
Yeah, I guess. And getting that Saboteur might not be nothing.
Yeah, and then you can play Data Vault with Trench because he's yellow, so it allows you to get extra health and 10 more slots to fit in your Vulture droids.
Right, yeah.
And you can get rid of the ones you don't need and maybe get them back later when you do.
Yeah.
So that's some live intel for everybody. Maybe somebody can brew it up and show it to me. I'm probably gonna do it myself now.
So
that's a set 5 version of his list. I'll see if I can find what he's running now.
So we do have the deck list of Cam here.
No, that's actually not correct.
Okay. That's not the right one. Okay. Well, we will hold off on that a little bit. So we will have the final up in a bit. I'll take the time to update the HUD as we're waiting for Cam to sit down at the final table here. So, like you said, I do believe this is very much Cam's game to lose. With Sabine yellow, he should have a significant advantage, especially pre-board.
True. And you don't get the pre-board anymore because now it is.
Exactly. Yeah.
But
So before that, he should definitely, the first game should definitely be strong for Sabine. All right, so we will take a little bit of a break, and it looks like maybe you and me will cast the final then, Loopy, right? Can you stay on for the final?
I can.
All
So
right.
that was the trophy, is what was just on.
Yeah,
the,
that we saw
the
on the
bronze
table
trophy.
there. Right, so I'll put us on the break screen
So we have a lot
for.
of people putting in drink, and everybody got.
For-
Yep.
So let's see, we are back. It's just me and Loopy now. Loopy's on from his phone here, trying to help with commentating because Solo had to run out for a bit here. So we are watching the finals of the Misty Mountain Store Showdown for the ETL set. We have a Dooku Yellow, a Vulture Droid Swarm, but we haven't seen that much of the actual Vulture Droid Swarm in the last previous streamed games from the Dooku deck. And we've got that up against Camden Brown, who is playing a Sabine Yellow, much similar to Rebel Resource, Ryan Warner's Yellow Sabine, I think. It looks familiar to me, at least.
Yep. Cam is so Ryan, Rebel Resource, is from Appleton, Wisconsin, so about an hour and a half away from Madison. Cam is on his Patreon and a friend. Ryan's a very kind man.
Yeah.
And friendly at all the events. But
Indeed.
yeah, so we all know each other. Cam's actually a member of our competitive team for late night, which is just getting off its go. So
Nice.
love seeing, as is Emmanuel. Emmanuel and his brother Carlos, both Apadakas are.
Oh, both of them are on the late night team now.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Carlos actually won a showdown.
Yeah.
With Boba League go before Lake Country,
Really?
and he upped his difficulty. He brought real Lake Country today.
Right, yeah. Yeah. No, but Carlos Apodaca is really solid player.
Yeah, he's a monster.
Mm-hmm. Well, Camden's having a really good start here, I think. Being able to keep Riley's board clean while remaining with a Falcon here. He might just leave that Falcon on the board. Yeah, he seems to be inclined to do so, even though it's less than healthy. So
Slightly used.
Yeah, with the Sabine Yellow deck, you don't necessarily need to all that many resources anyway. So you can often afford to just leave your Falcons. So all right, so this is what the Dooku deck is all about. Playing these super laser technicians, exploiting them, getting the resource back. So this is definitely what Riley wants to do, to be able to present some kind of breaks for this. And I think that's the Sentinel, the separatist Sentinel, right?
Yeah.
No, it was not, because Sabine is Fleet Lieutenant straight through there.
That's the ambush one.
Oh yeah, it's the ambush one. It's the ambush one.
You just didn't have another separatist unit to make an ambush.
Yep. So
I'm gonna hop out for a second. I'll be back for my headset. So I'll be able to
Yep. I'll try to keep the action going as we're waiting for Loopy to return. But the board state is certainly looking very much to favor Camden at this point, and he is well ahead on damage with 11-3, but that's to be expected. That's a tempo play, taking out that well, not taking out, but tapping down the OB buffed droid there, and just playing a little A-wing to space to present more, going wide and present more of a threat, more damage. So 14 damage, he's almost halfway there, but Sabine can also burst a lot, even though Riley was able to remove Sabine leader unit from the board immediately, so we won't be getting to see any of those huge Dark Saber surprise strikes, 9 damage to base in one swoop, but or actually 10 damage to base even. But there are several ways that Sabine Yellow can just burst out damage. So the droid takes out Leia there, possibly setting up a later 2-for-1, but Fleet Lieutenanting his friend there for 5 damage, and then we got 3 more damage coming off of that A-wing, unless it is getting a pilot or something. I can't really make out what's in the hand of Camden there, but there are many ways he could increase the damage output of that A-wing. But before that, of course, Riley gets to play his own. He's spending, is that 4 resources, I think? Not using exploit. I think that is the invincible hand, because he is looking at the top cards here, so possibly grabbing a couple of vulture droids off of that play. And it is lagging a little bit. I'm not sure what he grabbed there, but it should be vulture droids that he grabbed. That would be what he was looking for, I assume.
I think he grabbed the 2-3, right? Because he played Invisible Hand and he grabbed the Separatist Commando.
Oh, okay. So that's what he grabbed. Okay.
So that's actually a good get. So 22 damage on Riley's base, 3 damage on Cam's base.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Riley needs to turn the corner here, but
Yep.
he's got Dooku out right now. We're gonna have a ping.
Yep. Yep.
Can't stop the pings.
Nope. And when
And
you're
I
at
wonder-
23, you still have some leeway, but not a lot.
Yep. So, but he might, if he has barrage, I think that
Right.
Acclaim is good shape here because you could actually barrage for 8.
Yep, he's already played one barrage.
Right.
But yeah, he could definitely have another one. Just waiting to pop that off. But Dooku removes one of the fleets and overwhelms for 1, I think. No, 2.
Yep. Dooku has overwhelm.
Yeah, and he overwhelms for 2 to base. I don't think they did record that damage though. Maybe I missed it. So Cam is just taking the damage while he got it. So 3 more to base. And if he's got any kind of pump, that A-wing is presenting lethal. But it's going to be removed before he gets to act, I can only assume.
Right, and this gets another droid, right, when the invisible hand attacks?
Yep, it does. So taking off the A-wing there, looking top 8, I think. And grabbing a vulture droid.
4 cause, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, and that's it. That's game. Simple as that. And that's what Sabine does. You only needs to get within that reach, and then if you can't restore, and I don't think Dooku is running a lot of restore, so Cam just needs to get close enough, and then he can just close it out with that reach. So we go to sideboarding here.
Yeah, absolutely. And what are you thinking if you're Sabine Yellow? Is that a list that you're familiar with?
Yeah, I am. I think I'm fairly familiar with the list that Cam seems to be running, the Ryan's version of Sabine.
It's almost certainly very, very close to Ryan's list.
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe there's a couple of optimizations, but it's the same concept.
Mm-hmm. So I assume he would pull in Sham here, or he could pull in if he's not on Chan in his sideboard, he could be picking some sneak attacks. Sneak attack can be another way to get a little bit of reach in that late game when Riley might be able to almost stabilize, and then you can get that last bit of damage in with the sneak attack, because you can often durdle quite a lot with Sabine and just pass time, have Riley have to claim, and then you can still make that damage anyway with a sneak attack. What do you think? What is Dooku playing? Because I'm not at all familiar with that list.
Yeah, I mean, certainly anything that is anti-aggro.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know much of Riley's list at all, frankly,
Mm-hmm.
because he's playing Dooku Swarm. I've never seen someone make it work before, and here he is. So
Yeah.
I imagine that there's some aggro hate. I mean,
He must be running it, right?
I would think he probably has, or he very well may have like a bamboozle. I mean, we haven't seen one yet. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Both of the games, you know, Ben was deploying into the ground with Boba,
Right.
in those games. So, I mean, assuming that's what the strategy he was using, he might have been guarding against it. It could exist. That's a good card against Sabine.
Mm-hmm. Certainly.
You could have things like outmaneuver in
Yep.
that deck. Anything to slow down Sabine's race. Dooku is a ground leader, but I mean, a lot of his deck is up in space, so
It looks
can
like.
fight back. Yeah, but he can fight back against the Sabine Yellow, which is also mostly a space deck.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It would seem. I mean, he has been making it through a field of best of ones with a lot of quite space heavy decks, both 3 Sabine ECLs and also hand 2 Data Vault runs a fair amount of space. We had 2 Boba 4 yellows. Both of those decks would be significantly heavier in space than your average deck, right?
So as we enter the last match of the finals, I want to thank Misty Mountain Games,
Yeah.
the owner Brian, Laura and Jason, who I both see off to the screen. If you watch actually the full screen, they're both judges and TOs. Ran an excellent event. Actually, Laura played it after setting everything up.
Yeah, we had you on the
Riley
stream.
cut. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 piles. I like it. And he puts it in his hand. That was actually Cam.
That was
Okay,
nice. That was
I
nice.
said that was Riley, but I mean, before I even saw that, I mean, I knew that was actually Cam. You know what we talked about a lot as the thing started was participants. So the unplayable crew that was on our stream last night, they have sweatpants that say participant in big block lettering going down one of the leg. So, you know, I think actually the first thing Riley did was order some participants from the unplayable merch store. So
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can,
I might get some of those.
Yeah, I mean, they said that it's like by far their biggest seller already. You know,
I
they have
bet.
had branded apparel and lots of things already, but what do the people really want? The people really want participants, don't they?
For sure. I mean, if you can have participants, you should have participants.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
No, the unplayable guys are just hilarious.
Yep, no, that was a fun stream. Yeah, I'd recommend that replay, you know, for our live show. You got to see Mace win Doggy Dog. You got to see Lando, you know, looking unbeatable, and then an excellent match between myself and Mike, Rebel Spy, on Quinlan and Boba Data Vault, respectively. So here we go.
Yep.
This is for all the marbles. Riley's got to stay alive. He's got to win this game. He
Yep.
doesn't have 26 damage on base. He has 0. He just hasn't
Yeah.
thought about that yet. Double turncoat. Oh, is this the nuts?
That's a very good opening for Sabine.
Yep. If he has a red 3 next, get out of town.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and also Riley only started with the droid manufacturing ship. I can't remember what it's called, but
Right. It's called the Confederate Courier.
right. So it's just a 2-1 that will produce a. Oh yeah, so he
Ooh,
exploits
but the
it.
bounce is pretty good
That's
there,
good.
yep.
That's good. That is good. Switch it
that.
out
Leia?
for a Geonosis. That's good.
Yep. So he's gonna double spell probably. Exploit. Ooh, and he hits that, and that's a command. O'Reilly's got
Nice.
some mojo this game. Han is going in
Han
and killing
on the
the
turncoat, taking
Okay, so
out
that
the
would give-
Geonosis.
If that would give what 2 health left on that.
Yeah.
unit?
There's 3 + 2. Yeah, so he's got 2 health left.
Oh, so if there is a bamboozle, he can bamboozle for lethal right now on that
Yep.
turncoat. Draw a card.
Yep.
It's actually free at that point because you get to draw the card.
Indeed. Indeed.
All right, Riley's considering his actions. He has the initiative in the final of
Yep.
the Misty Star Showdowns for Jump to Lightspeed.
And Cam isn't presenting such a huge lead of a board state, and he's just equal. They're absolutely equal on base damage. So there's a really good opening for Riley.
I see no good in his hand. He's going to waylay that.
All right. Yeah, that's fine.
It kills the Han unit.
Yeah, and of course the turncoat's just coming back, but and then he takes out Leia in short fashion. And that is that a... That's a... Okay, so wing leader on Sabine, and then I guess Riley claimed, right?
Yeah, he had to. So we now have 2 experience on Sabine. The blue is the experience.
And we've got 2 small units in space. We'll keep pecking that health total as well. So yeah, Camden came back from a really sad looking board to actually have a really neat board here.
Yeah, no, that really changed in a hurry, didn't it?
Mm.
You know, and one card that's really probably getting underplayed right now is Wing Leader.
Yeah.
I mean, that is still an extremely powerful card
Right.
for any deck running a sufficient density of rebels to make it good.
Yeah. I
All
think with all the tempo of both Han and Django, as far as he was still in the meta, it was a liability. But now, not so much, right?
But he gets great value from that No Good to Me Dead. It's going to put down Super Sabine for 2 rounds.
Yep.
We're going to have Han ambush the Droid Commando.
Mm-hmm.
Han is a 4/5 ambush on the
Yep.
ground arena.
Not to be scoffed at.
Yeah, they're talking.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Swarming Droid.
Yeah, the
We
turncoat
killed it
will
right away.
just
Yeah, he
take that
killed it.
out, right? Before it gets bigger. And then you get 2 to base there.
Wait. All right. So can Riley find an out? I mean, he really could have used Barrage at the beginning of that last turn.
Mm-hmm.
And even though it was 4, he could have killed the turncoat and the
Yep.
Wing Leader and drawn a card. Both players, Cam sets to 6.
Mm-hmm.
Cam, I don't know. I think Cam has hundreds of games on this deck.
Yeah. You don't often see the Sabine deck resource past 5, but apparently Cam likes to do that, it seems.
Well, the other thing that is maybe happening there is he maybe has a Hot Shot or a Cassian that got drawn.
That could definitely be it. Is he
And
running
I
Cassian?
I can't tell you for sure.
No,
I mean, certainly Cassian could be in a red-yellow deck.
for sure.
He probably is running Cassian.
All right,
think
yeah.
That's Cassian.
Yeah. So yeah, that's 4 more damage from the 4 course. And what is he putting on top of his deck there? Possibly nothing. I'd probably maybe that. Yeah, exactly. Falcon and the
hey,
rest.
I like the way he did that too for board state too. You
Mhm.
actually show it to your opponent what card is going back on top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Clarity and because I mean that's open information, so it should be clear.
Yep. No, it should be. It should be.
So he's got 4 little ships in space that each can hit for 2, and then a barrage here would take all of that out.
A barrage is needed.
Yep, and that is
All right,
indeed
yeah.
what we get. So all of those ships just go away.
But I think the Sabine leader is next.
Well, yeah,
7.
but he will strike for 7 into her and overwhelm it.
Right.
So 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so it's all gone. Oh yeah, no, that's an Alliance X-Wing. It's actually got 3 health, so it stays on.
Yep.
It does barely survive.
And that's real important that X-Wing's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
So he kills the Sabine leader, I imagine.
Yeah, taking 2 back. It's not
So
too bad.
he's stabilized some, and it is Falcon for the win.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he has no good to be dead. Does he have no good to be dead?
Geonosis.
Well, Geonosis, but you need 3.
Oh.
You need 3 in an X-Plate. So Cam takes the set 4 championship.
Camden takes it in 2 fast
Yellow.
games. Right.
And not only that, dominant fashion, undefeated through the day.
Yep.
Because he was the only undefeated.
Yeah, he did ID
He
with the
threw out
manual.
5, right. And then he beat out manual immediately thereafter in the top 4.
Yep.
And is able to take out the Dooku Yellow.
Right.
So
Yeah.
what did you think of the decks played today? Oh, I have both of these lists.
So yeah, it was actually really fun. Let's bring them up and see if we can look at them. If you send me the list.
Let's talk through the list a little bit. I'll see.
Right, yeah.
Cam
Send them
wants
to me and
pop
I'll
in
put them on
Discord.
stream.
Certainly in the late night Discord.
Mhm.
Talk about the win. Let me put them there. Yeah, and it's not that we did deck lists for the tournament, but these are both friends of mine, so.
So you got them off them. All right, here we go. I will. All right. This is the Dooku list first. Let me just switch here, and we will See if I can get that on the stream here. So there we go. You should all be able to see that now. Of course, we're not. Let me see. Here we go. It's really dark where I'm at right now because over here it is later than over in the US. So
yeah,
that's my face, and then for some reason I haven't. That you're not listening to Solo, you're listening to Loopy, but I don't have.
I'm actually in the. I'm actually in there, but let's talk about the list. You can put my video on.
Oh yeah, I've got your video. Cool. I will take that then. I will grab that.
So the answer to the question: there are 6 Vulture droids in the list. That's kind of cool. He's playing Droid Deployment. He's playing the Saboteur, Infiltrating Demolisher, I think it's called. That's a cool card. A couple of Cad Banes, 3 Change of Hearts. And you know what the Change of Hearts are for?
No, please tell me. Why is he playing those?
It's like
Hang on, I need to mute that. So now you should be good.
There you go. It's like Steal Your Girl Palpatine, right? You change your heart and then you exploit. So I think that's what that's about. Two overload selves. We did that, and he's got the other invisible hand as well.
Yeah. So the invincible.
No, he's got the other invisible hand. He's got the black one.
Oh,
that's the top card of the list. That's the bottom right card.
Right. Yeah, the old one that creates battle droids on the ground, right?
Right. So
cool.
What a tournament, because there's a lot of good players here. I mean, we had the entire Prop 4 of Chicago except for Christian. You know, they're in attendance. You know, everybody was. But getting through all of those decks and players into the final with Dooku Yellow.
Yeah.
You know, that is an excellent run by Riley.
For sure. So let's have a look at the winner then. And so this is the winning list. Let's see that it updated correctly, and it seems to have.
Did you look at it? He put the name.
Yeah.
Visible hand hides from Riley.
Yeah. So these are friends, obviously, and they couldn't. Camden couldn't resist a little bit of a jab at Riley there. So this is a fairly standard yellow Sabine, I guess. It's quite similar to what Ryan was running in Minnesota. You do see some interesting things, but they so do you have an Ahsoka there? I don't think Riley's running that, and instead of the event sacrifice, heroic sacrifice event, he's running the attachment that sacrifices instead. It kind of works the same way, but you get 4 extra instead of 2 extra, and you can have it sort of sit there and wait for when you need it. So yeah.
Right.
Also,
all right. Well, what a tournament. I mean, I really hope. What was your favorite deck that you saw today, Victor?
Well,
before we let you go?
I mean, of course, it was really cool to see these a little bit more off-meta decks, and I think that the Asajj Ventress deck that the store owner, what was her name?
Laura. She's not the owner. I think her and her husband Jason. They're just great people. They actually run all the Star Wars events for them, and I think it's kind of volunteers and doing them all the hearts, but they do a great job, and it's always a very clean. They're both certified judges, you know, and we had a lot of fun. So she played the Asajj red deck. I'll see if I can get that for us too. We'll throw it up on the late night Discord.
Yeah, because that was a lot of fun. It didn't win its match, but it was an interesting deck. I've never seen Asajj played actually before, so that was fun. So yeah, I've seen deck lists, but I haven't seen it played. So that was probably the most fun.
So what's the next coverage that our viewers can, pop on from the Nordic Takedown?
So we are gearing up to stream the Oslo PQ next weekend. and that will be the last PQ from the Scandinavian scene for this UTL set. So that will bring us sort of close out our set 4 meta, and then after that we will probably release our set 4 wrap-up video with the standings of the Nordic players, and then we're done with set 4, and everyone is very eager to get into the set 5 now, I think. So yeah,
Absolutely. So thank you so much for doing this, Victor. I
Yeah.
mean, it's great that it's kind of cool that we can do this across an ocean.
it
You know,
feels
have it work
like
more or less.
kind of surreal that you can do this.
Yeah.
Like
Right,
it's
so- and
it's really the future, right?
Yep, and I will look at. I think probably the next time I do this at Misty, I will hook up the host computer to my Wi-Fi hotspot. I mean, we wanted to try what it was. I saw too much artifacting that I would like today, and the speed test is very slow for being in the middle of a major city, and and I know that they pay quite a bit for internet, so I think that actually the hotspot we use when we're mobile is there. All right. Thanks everybody for joining the coverage. Thanks certainly to Solo.
Yeah,
How do you do on commentary?
he was great. Like
He's
that's
a
an
smart
awesome
guy.
dude. That's a swell guy.
Yeah, he is. And, you know, definitely thanks to you. You made all this happen. I'm so excited that we're able to do this, because if you don't do the showdowns and some of the other stuff, you don't get to see Dooku Yellows and Asajj Reds and all the other things,
Right.
you know, that happen. That all of these great players are doing. Shout out to Riley, who took Dooku Yellow all the way to the final. Ben, who took Boba 4 Yellow. And then Cam and Emmanuel, my teammates, are the last of the top 4. Cam, of course, won without anybody really touching him today. It looks like most of his wins were in near dominant fashion.
Very much so.
So-
Yeah.
He's going to go home with the trophy, and we'll have to win it back next year.
Yep.
So,
No.
any final words before we wrap up?
No,
Let's
yeah.
close.
Just hope to see as much people as possible next week when we're streaming, and I hope to have you on for the top cut of that as well as a commentator.
I'm planning on it.
Yeah.
So
All right. See you all.
we will see you all then. Thanks everybody for joining us. And if you watched this far, you're my hero.
Bye bye.